Better than 10. But still, not by, well, doesn't matter.
So you bring it up.
I'm just gonna bring it up during the like reports because it's not an
Yeah.
it's not like an actual thing. We're like, going, which one? Just gonna do it every week now and just like start putting people all over the place. All right, everyone, I have 6 o'clock, so we're going to call this meeting to order. We are here for our regular commission meeting agenda for February 6, 2024. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll for us? Here.
Mayor Groff,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Amsler,
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Here.
Commissioner Holland. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Okay, do we have any additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda at this time?
I have a couple, Jonathan.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I have one regarding Veronica's item, but I'm hoping she says it, so I'll ask if I may want to come back and add one more if she doesn't add it.
Okay.
Your backup's missing, your video. I didn't get to see your video.
Yeah,
I'm hoping that they can add that on so we can see it during the meeting.
yeah, I had it as
Okay.
one of my.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so our attorney resigned our account and we need to have a discussion about that. So that certainly needs to be added to the agenda and I think it should be up at the top of new business. I suspect we're going to have a lot of people here talking about traffic this evening. And I think we need to add that as a separate item as well. Might be some pickleball art. I wish it would, yeah. Jonathan, are you going to add a discussion about your Form 6 email that we got?
I was really only planning on bringing it up as part of a report because there's not
Okay,
much.
as long as it's touched on, I'm
Yeah.
hoping to hear more about that from you. I read your email, but
Yeah.
I want to know more about what you know. Okay, so here are the things I want to pull 3 things. And I'll tell you why. 13B as in boy, D as in dog, and E as in Edward. These are all new business items that were added by the manager. There's no memo about these items. There's no explanation about these items. There's no backup. There's no recommendations. When we put something on the agenda, there's a form that we fill out that requires us to provide background and reasoning and why something's on the agenda so we can prepare, but also so our residents can prepare as well. There are 3 items on the agenda that residents have no idea what they're about. Their titles are even vague, and there's no way that people could have prepared for this. So I'm not comfortable keeping things on the agenda that I know nothing about and that residents know nothing about either. It looks like the clerk wants to respond to me.
Madam Clerk?
Well, my only response was going to be that they're discussion items, so a lot of times there is no backup. It's a subject matter that may have come up in the office and the manager and or staff feels the need to just bring the discussion before
Okay.
the commission.
One of them is about a hardship program. It's in capital letters as if it's a program that exists. I don't even know what that is. So it's a discussion about hardship. There is a demo of GoGov. I know what GoGov is. I'm going to guess most people don't. Raise your hand if you know what GoGov is. We're having a demo of it tonight and no one is going to have a clue what that's about. Look, guys, I'm just not comfortable us having a conversation that I couldn't prepare for and that our residents are going to be hearing cold as well. I know it's just a discussion, but there are plenty of things that we discuss. I've put things on the agenda for discussions many times. And because a lot of things start with a discussion, but I do my due diligence. I do my background. I reference things in our code. I reference programs. I come up with recommendations. I have talking points that I want to go through. So you guys are prepared to have, a substantive discussion about something. I don't like seeing things cold like that on an agenda. So 13B as in boy, D as in dog, and E as in Edward, I think should be pulled until we get more information about them on the agenda. And I'll use as an example, Veronica, your item, your traffic item, perfectly presented, perfectly presented. That's what an item on an agenda should look like. And we've had this conversation about how we want things to look on the agenda, and I think everyone needs to abide by that. So I don't want to sit here and have a conversation cold about something for the first time. And I'll just,
We vote on to move forward? How do?
well, after everyone does their additions, deletions, withdrawals, then we vote on any changes we want to make to the agenda. And then I'll just remind everyone, please talk into your microphones. I was listening to the last meeting again, in preparation for this meeting, and there are times that I can't hear what people are saying because you're not talking in your microphone.
Those are the items you had?
That's it.
Commissioner?
So I have a few myself. So I'm going to start by saying, I would like to add an item if we have time, maybe with the removal of the items you just suggested. I would like to talk about reports overall. I know you have a specific item to that, but I don't know if it's separate. Let me think.
If you want to tag it onto my item, I'll be
Yeah.
happy to let you
Will be-
co-sponsor that with me, and we can do it all at one time. Are we allowed to do that? Brad, tag hers onto mine?
It's already up for discussion, so
I think
I
we can
think
do it,
that,
yeah.
I think Commissioner Amsler can.
Yep.
Can add to that discussion.
Okay, let's do that. And then there's a lot in terms of content and in terms of form that I would like to change. I have to be honest, for me, it has not been enough time to have since Friday noon until today to prepare for the agenda. So that's an item that I was hoping we can talk about. I know we recently touched procedures, and we changed them. It's not working for me. So I want to understand if everybody feels the same. Maybe we can include it as an item to be revised. I
You're
think
just talking
that's
about the timing that the agendas are being released?
correct. I mean, we received the agenda on Friday, which I understand is still within the time of, and correct me, Bradley, if I have it.
No,
wrong.
it's not.
It's not?
No,
Okay.
it's outside the bounds of when we're to receive it.
Okay. That's what I thought. I was just trying to make sure I don't go against what the procedure says. But even if we had the day extra, which we haven't in the past commissions, I think it's not enough. So if there is space, I would like to add that for discussion.
That was on, I'm sorry to interrupt, that was on our last meeting, and if you want to bring that back as old business, I agree with you. I had it on my comments during my report because clearly something's not working still.
Okay. Then, let me go back to my notes. I mean, to be honest with you, I am a bit all over the place with the agenda. This is one opportunity we have a month to showcase the best of everybody's work. Because this is the opportunity to do it in front of you folks, but also it represents every department. And I don't feel comfortable approving the agenda as it is. There's mistakes and errors that need to be corrected in the report that I will highlight. So there's both in content and in form. So let's start, and I don't know if you want me to do this now, or we leave it at the end during the reports, but just so the approval of the consent agenda happens.
So let me ask you this very
Yeah.
quickly. Are you saying you don't want to approve the agenda at all?
I think it needs to, there has to be changes, so the amended agenda reflects this when it's stored. And the reason of this is there is a lot of mistakes in the current agenda, and that's a reflection of who we are. And I think we can allow this to be okay and recorded and saved, and, and this is the only opportunity we have to make those adjustments. So we're clearly going to go through this agenda, but once we store it and we put it in our records, I would like to see this changes amended.
From clerk?
About grammatical,
Both.
okay, those type of changes can be made outside of the meeting
Okay.
and saved. We're having some system issues,
Okay.
and in order to get you your agenda, when I did get it to you, I had to release it
Okay.
because it takes help desk 24 hours to 48 hours to get back to me.
Okay.
And I didn't want to hold it any longer than.
And it's okay. I understand. So I'm not going to go into each one of the things, but this does not reflect, it reflects very poorly on us, and I think as a group. Chris, you're the supervisor. I expect this agenda to be on point, no typos. I mean, there's no header for any of the departments. We have a template. We'll work on a template that has a header, the date, who does it, when. We don't have any of this on the departments, and I think it's needed. So to my point on the form, I would like the points of the reports per department to be done in the template that we use for the commission agendas, for the items that we present, so they can follow the same format. It will have the logo of the Biscayne Park at the top. It will have the name of who did it, the date, etc. So when they're recorded, make sure that that is included.
So if I might just make a recommendation on that. So we're talking about form of the agenda. We already, you mentioned you want to put something on about timing. Maybe we add what you want to talk about to that,
Okay?
if that works.
It works as long as we leave it at the end of, we do it today, so whatever gets recorded as done today it's in the proper way.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. So in terms of items, then I would like to make a correction on reports. Reports on 8, it should be 8A, reports from village manager, 8B, village attorney, 8C, village boards, and 8D, village commission. Right now, all of them are under village commission, if you look at the agenda, and that clearly does not belong.
Okay.
So just make that appropriate changes where they go. So I just want to make that, I didn't have deeply the time I was hoping to go through all the items, so a lot of the discussions are going to happen tonight. If we have to extend on some, so be it. But I don't feel this currently represents the quality and the values that we talked about during the strategic plan. So that's why I think it's important that we record them before they're saved.
Okay, so can we then make some recommendations on the form of order when we get down to that item, that new business item that you recommended?
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what item, what is the number that you're adding at the end?
So we're looking right now at section 13, new business. 13A, based on the vice mayor's recommendation, 13A would stay. 13C would stay, and the additional items that he was looking to add would be a discussion with respect to the attorney's form or letter of termination, which would be 13. Well, if we were to bump up C, it would be 13. That would be the new 13C. Traffic would then be 13D, and then the reports issue would be 13E. And then your timing item would be 13F.
Okay.
That's how I have it.
Let's see if we get there.
So, Mr. Mayor, just
Yeah.
a point of order, if I may. So essentially what the vice mayor is asking, I understand he's said he's pulling those 3 items.
Mm.
He's actually in asking for them to be pulled,
Mm.
and I believe the appropriate way to handle it would be a motion to defer them to a later date.
Okay.
Just so, for a point of order, so that we understand for the record exactly what, if I understand correctly, what you're doing.
Yeah, I just use the words additions, deletions, and withdrawals. So yes, I'm just saying I'll withdraw them, but yeah, I would like them to come back certainly
So the proper
Sure.
thing would be a motion to defer those items to a later
to the March meeting.
and it would be, by consensus, you could defer those to a date. If it's March, whatever the date is, you all agree on.
Oh, and I'd like to hear them all soon. They're all good items to hear, but not tonight.
The only one that I would ask for a little more detail on before we decide to defer it would be 13D, the GoGov demo, because as I understand it, there is a launch date. Was there anything with respect to that item tonight that would affect the date of the launch date for that item, for that app?
No, there's nothing that would affect the launch date.
Okay, so then we'll put it on well, I'll let you make the motion. Well, let's
Make a
do
motion
defer those
for-
items, and then we'll get a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended.
If I may make one recommendation, for the GoGov demo, completely eliminate that because by the time we hit the March meeting, that's going to be a demo of the My Biscayne Park app instead.
Okay. So then do we have a motion to defer
Want me
the
to make a
items?
motion for all of my changes or just the 3 deferments?
Just do them all at once, Brad? A motion to defer and to approve the agenda as it's been amended? Okay,
Okay, because she's going to add some things as well. So I'll make a motion for my changes, and that is to defer 13B as in boy, D as in dog, and E as in Edward to a future meeting. and to add 2 topics under new business, and I would prefer them at the top of new business. The situation with our attorney resigning the account and discussion of traffic updates, traffic safety.
And I would add to that, to include an item related to this report and the issues on it, so they get addressed on tonight's meeting, and the timings on procedures about our meetings moving forward.
We'll make that one item.
So since I have a motion, I'll amend my motion to include Veronica's.
All right.
And can I just make also the comment of the reports to be 8A, 8B? I don't know if maybe that's all part of the,
I think you
Report.
could discuss that
Okay.
as part of.
Discuss it as part.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer and a motion to amend. Do we have a second? I'll second. Can I second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the agenda is approved as amended. So we took care of our presentations at the pre-meeting conference, so let's go ahead and move on to our public comments. And we will start with our public comments here in the log cabin. Just a reminder for everyone, when we step up for public comment, we need to have your name and address, and public comments are limited to 3 minutes.
My name's Danielle Huntington, 744 Northeast 119th Street. I'm here today to raise my concerns about safety in our streets. Understandably, this issue is multifaceted and overarching with many stakeholders, legal barriers, and financial constraints. But this is an issue that cannot continue to be pressed with sub-urgency. Although we can't change the past, the event where 3 people traumatically lost their lives is now a part of our legacy as a village. Not only will Biscayne Park be synonymous with tree-lined streets, but now where reckless driving and traffic violations go unchecked. Biscayne Park residents should not be subject to fatal circumstances in their front yard to catapult impetus for long-standing substantial change. We all have our individual lived experiences that drove us to speak here tonight. For one, I'm here to say I'm tired of living in fear for my kids at school, at a grocery store, movie theater, but playing in their front yard or walking to the street should not be walking to the park on a street should not be one of them. Home should be a safe space where we can all collectively take a break from the chaos of life. I'm well aware of the measures this council has taken to provide results, but more can be done. Biscayne Park's mission is to deliver responsible governance, quality services, and ethical stewardship of community resources. Responsible governance begins with ensuring and establishing physical safety measures for residents on public roadways. Ethical stewardship of community resources would not be in alignment with using $90,000 in good faith while residents are for $90,000 in good faith on a pickleball court while residents are consistently screaming for more safety and visible policing of the streets. Prioritizing recreation over safety concerns creates inherent distrust within the community for their elected representatives. We need to envision the village as a holistic entity where if one area suffers, we are all weakened as a community. Public roadways in the village are not safe. It is not the traffic meter today on a specific road or the frequency it is used in peak hours. It just takes one right circumstance to create unfavorable conditions, as we have seen. And right now, we have an epidemic in Biscayne Park where lack of policing, slow-acting traffic calming measures, and the comfortability of commuters to speed through without thinking of speed limit or proximity to pedestrians has come to a head. We need to bridge the gap until traffic calming measures are physically placed. We need more transparency from law enforcement to speak on what is going on their part to help reduce these violations. And we also need visibility of their vehicles. So we're at a crossroads as residents where our accountability to press for change is being met head on with the proactivity from our elected representatives. And I think that together we can accomplish something momentous to alter the course that we're headed. And that's it.
Thank you.
Good evening. Ryan Huntington, 744 Northeast 119th Street. I want to urge the commission to make traffic safety their #1 priority going into next week's strategic planning meeting. Ensuring our streets are safe and preventing major accidents should be at the forefront of our strategic goals. These accidents have happened, will continue to happen, and with the possibility to have more loss of life. While extra policing might not have saved the lives in this situation, and all of the above approach, as Commissioner Kennedy puts it, might have, pickleball does not save lives. The money budgeted for pickleball should be redirected towards traffic calming measures, police overtime, and training. When we live in a utopian society where our loved ones can walk safely down our streets of Biscayne Park, by all means, let's play pickleball together. Thank you.
Hi, Elizabeth Martinez, 11940 Northeast Fifth Avenue. We've been residents in Biscayne Park for about 30 years. We raised our children here. Our children learned how to ride their bikes on our streets. And I feel for parents of young children because I do not believe that their children can make use of the streets like my children did. Your talks were very well researched. Thank you very much. I don't think I can add anything to that other than to add my own voice. This is a quality of life issue. We live on the Western Fringe, therefore anything that we want to do in the park, walking, exercising, seeing other neighbors, we have to cross 6th Avenue. We take our life into our hands when we cross 6th Avenue. There are tons of speeders and we're always asking them to slow down. I don't see any police presence when I walk through the park early in the morning, in the middle of the day, and also later on early evening. Commissioner Amsler, you spoke about quality and value and all those things that are important to us. And this is, I believe, the most important issue to us residents is the speeding and the traffic. It's only going to be compounded when all the residents move in to the new buildings that are being built right around us. They already use Biscayne Park as a thoroughfare. Either they don't understand what to do at a four-way stop, or they don't heed it. They don't heed stop signs at all. I think that structural changes need to be made to our streets in the way of speed bumps and closing our streets and putting in some more stop signs. But all of that takes a very long time. What doesn't take a long time is to increase police presence on our streets so the events, the horrific events, do not happen again. Those were 3 very young men who lost their lives. And everybody in our street is traumatized from that event. We didn't see it happen, but we saw the aftermath. And the aftermath was horrific. Those were young kids, and it was horrific. I think that, to my mind, the worst streets are 119th, Northeast 6th Avenue, Northeast 8th Avenue, and Griffin Boulevard. And I think certainly, immediately, we can put more police presence on those streets to make our streets safer, to keep our children healthy and alive, and to make sure that we maintain our quality of life, which has certainly gone down in the last few years because we don't feel safe to walk our streets. And we don't have sidewalks. So you guys have to figure out another solution. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maha, 610 Northeast 121 Street. I spoke last year, the same issue, because I live exactly where I witnessed all the speeding and nothing changed. I don't know where's the police enforcement for speeding, because a couple of years ago, it used to be like a special police just for speeding and ticketing. I don't see anybody giving ticket or citation. We raised the same issue. I agree with everyone spoke here. We have the same issue. I don't know what to do, because they keep saying we're gonna add maybe speed bump, but it is a state road, it's not gonna be happening. The only thing, I am for all the police, but please, we need more police responsible in 6th Avenue. I used to see police coming in my gate every Saturday in the weekend, which is no traffic. He stood there for people going straight, he just gave a ticket, but speeding nonstop. Even 10 years ago, somebody ended up in my yard because of speed chase. And which is Martin Luther King Day, it was another accident. And last year was accident ended up in my across the street neighbor because of the speed. Something has to be done. We have to work together. We need more police monitor our street. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Amy Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. We moved here almost 9 years ago, right on 9th Avenue. There was no speeding. It was very quiet. All I could hear was the swings creaking in the rec center. So I said, oh, let me get involved. I got on the art board. We did some beautiful events. We put in the mosaic benches, and then here 9 years later, the speeding is so crazy. And I'm gonna say this. I'm so disappointed the chief isn't here. Now, maybe he has a very important thing, but I've talked to him numerous times, and I'm glad that he did send his deputy, but that's gonna be a report about how much they're doing. I'm tired of hearing defending. Okay, so let me say this. We had 13 people at the little group that we formed. And people said, this traffic study is going to take forever. What can we do now? What can we do now? You know what we can do now? We can have police. Because since this speeding group, I've had cops standing on 9th Avenue. Somebody told me they're on 10th all of a sudden. You can't just stand there because those people are going to go slow. The speeders are slowing down for the bumps and then speeding again. And I'm tired of being a cop because I go like this. I'm like, please slow down. Some of them do.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to stand in front of the microphone? Thank you.
Sorry, when I'm walking, I have to jump. I have to luckily I can still jump to get out of the way of being killed because they're zooming around the corners. This is what I'm asking. That don't worry about profiling. Profiling's happening here now. My friends have told me that have been profiled. I don't care. If you stop every single race, every single religion, every single person, red, white, blue, yellow, you don't have to worry about profiling. One ticket a day, when I'm stopping 30 people from speeding going like this. At rush hour, if you can afford to put more than one cop, okay, let's just say one cop is at 119th, 113th during rush hour. Stop them for speeding. If you do it every day, if you stop 10 people a day for speeding, people are going to get the point in 6 months. But this idea about the first thing the chief told me a long time ago was, these are mostly residents. Okay, well, stop them because I don't want somebody to get killed. We've had a kid hit on 7th. My neighbor was hit crossing 6 with her friend. Her friend died. She's still limping.
That is time.
That's it. I'm finally saying it. Police chief, please. I can't stand this bullshit anymore. Reckless management.
David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. So let me start with, I agree with everything that Amy said. I also want to say, it's not a but, it's an and I don't think we've ever met. Come in, hi. So this is not about you, it's not about the chief, it's just about safety here. I feel safe here at night. I feel safe when I look out my window and I see the flashing lights. I feel safe that nobody's going to break into my house, which was happening before. And I thank the police for that. I think they do a great job of that. I think that they're not doing a great job at monitoring traffic. I grew up just on the other side of the Krispy Kreme here as a kid. And first girl I ever kissed playing spin the bottle lived in Biscayne Park. And when I got to this side of 6th Avenue, I slowed the hell down because I knew I was going to get a ticket. My mom's best friend lived here. My mom sped, my mom got tickets here. So I didn't, and my friends didn't, and you knew not to. But now I know that the chief is credited with getting a lot of reserve officers. And this is a question I have. I don't know what the answer is, and I don't know how this is tracked. The reserve officers are here as volunteers. They put in their time. That's more than half of our police force, correct? Or our reserve officers. They don't get paid for this, but they get to go do other things and make a lot of money doing private security. God bless them for being here. But I don't know if they write tickets because I don't know if on their day off, they want to go to court and deal with the tickets. I don't know. It's not an accusation. I'm just asking if that happens. There's a fleet of trucks out here, brand new F-150s. Beautiful. There's like 5, 6 trucks out there. I thought we had like 2 officers on shift most of the time. So we have like 6 new police trucks. Just asking. So these are questions I have as a resident. I don't know why we have 6 new police trucks. I guess we need them. We have old cars. But if we only have 2 officers on duty at a time, which is what I'm told, I don't know why we need 5, 6 trucks. At any rate, on another note, just to kind of sum up, when we moved here 9 years ago and we walked at night, I didn't need to bring this with me. Now, I don't bring this so I can not step in a pothole, and there's a lot of those, which hopefully will get fixed, but so that I can flash this at the cars that are coming at us, it's sometimes maniacally fast. My dog even has a collar that lights up at night because I'm afraid she's going to get hit. So please, if we can, enforce the traffic safety. And in the last 13 seconds I have, please don't forget about flooding when you do your priorities, because there was money in the budget to clean all the drains this time, and they did not get cleaned, and we were told there wasn't enough money. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. This is my first meeting, so I did not prepare anything, but I just wanted to say my comments. My name is Karina Serrano, and I live at 1004 Northeast 19th Street. Unfortunately, I've experienced in less than a week, Mac, you already know this, in less than 1 week, 2 major accidents, one right in front of my house, which would have gone straight into my house. Had there not been one of the gas meter trucks there. And then I also was there 1 minute after the accident on 119th and 5th happened. So I also got to experience just the devastation of what happened. I've been here only 2 years, but all I've heard from neighbors on my street is that this has been out of control for a very, very long time. It is heartbreaking, and it is going to be a lot more heartbreaking if we do not take action and see more people get hurt or die. So I don't know exactly what is happening. I thought that maybe speed bumps would be at least an initial fix, but I didn't know that these were state roads. But if they are state roads, what can we do? But the reality is that I don't want to be, I'm very proud of living in Biscayne Park, but I am becoming rapidly disappointed in the responsibility that we're taking. I'm seeing such importance given to beautification, such importance given to, and strictness of permits. So houses need to be like this or like that, but I'm not seeing enough effort coming towards fixing this situation. And this should be the #1 priority for Biscayne Park. It should be safety. There should be nothing else more important than this. That's all I have to share. And I agree with everybody that has gone up. So thank you so much for sharing all that.
Hi, all. I'm short enough. Belkis Diaz. I live at 1015 Northeast 119th Street, right across from Garina. And 119th has become, as we call it, the annex to I-95. It's the speed road where everybody just flies by. They get literally to the corner and just full speed ahead. A year ago, we had this one tow trucking company that we literally would have to chase down. And literally I called the cops and, they came and kind of remedied the situation for the moment. But lately I feel like there's another car that's doing the same thing. I'm like, is it the same young man? Is he back? But lo and behold, I work from home. I have a window that faces 119. And there are times where my pool guy got a ticket on a Friday. It seems like the day to give tickets is on Friday morning because they're coming from Griffin, and it seems to be more of a ticket event on Friday. I noticed on my walk, I walk almost every morning, and I noticed 2 days in a row, a police car parked. It was car number 13. I don't know if the same one was parked the day before on 114 and Northeast 8th Court. There's no traffic. What are you waiting for, the mosquitoes? What's going on? Why aren't you parked where there's traffic, where there are cars coming? There's a lack of police presence, like everyone else has said. And, you know, we'd like to see more police presence. You know, don't flash your lights. Get them right there. And the other folks that I notice speeding as well are, I notice them a lot, is the school bus that comes down 119 that is behind us. Residents that lived across the street used to chase down that the school bus. I don't know if it's the same driver, but this is a school bus. Why are they, what's going on? I just want to see more police presence. You know what? What's with the swales? My neighbor was told that she had to keep her swale clean as a walkway for residents. And I was like, well, I walk all over the place, and there are places you can't even walk. Northeast 11th Place. The streets are so narrow, 2 cars can't go down at the same time. So, you know, it's like you're constantly watching your guard and going left, right, where do I go? You know, it's very, like, you know, everybody else has said, it's very unsafe to walk. You know, it's like, I don't have children, but the block is full of children. And, you know, we fear for, you know, anyone that has little kids that, you know, I don't walk my little doggies, but if I had to walk my dog, I'd have to run into the bushes. You know, it's just, you know, can we do something more with more police presence? And I agree with everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany Hill. I live at 660 Northeast 119th Street. I just want to briefly state my concern with the traffic speeding going on. I've been in Biscayne Park about 9 years, and it's progressively getting worse each year. It seems like the issues are escalating now into severe accidents where people are getting fatally injured, properties are getting damaged. As we all know, 119th is one of the busiest streets in our neighborhood. It's got that straightaway all the way down. They just disregard the stop signs, disregard people walking, disregard other cars. I know everything involves money. There's stuff we can do, stuff we cannot do, but we have to find a solution to this issue the best we can. Whether it's speed humps, speed bumps, roundabouts, police presence, more signs, the more of the you know, electronic speed signs. Whatever it is, we have to find some solution. And like I've heard other people say, it's like we do stuff, like we take 1 step forward and then we take 2 steps back. Or we're not focusing on the main issues we should be focusing on. And now it's just becoming like an every week thing. Like, what's the next accident happening? There's one on December 16th I witnessed right on my street, the intersection of 119th and 6th, which is becoming a popular area for accidents. Hedges around people's property is becoming an issue. Even if you're a resident in the neighborhood and you're going to turn on a street, if their hedges are 6 feet high, I can't even see around the corner if ongoing traffic is coming. I have to squeeze out, you know, so maybe something with landscaping, you know, the hedges in the front of your house can't be more than 3 feet high or set back a certain distance. We need to come up with different solutions to minimize these speeding issues in Biscayne Park. We already don't have enough lighting for people at night. But yeah, we all know what needs to be done. We as residents just need to see more action, please.
You have any other comment here in the log cabin?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. I just want to speak to the CAP outsourcing proposal for tonight. I'm just, just kind of would like to get some more information on it because the complete outsourcing of our building department does not sound like a smart thing to do for a small village like us. I think we need to have employees in-house that know our village, that are known by our residents. I don't know a lot about the ordinance, but I don't even know if it's been up to a point where it's actually been discussed prior to now that in fact it actually is an ordinance. So I'd like to get some more information on that. But I just think that we should learn from our past when we outsourced to Waste Pro, and then Waste Pro was in the position to dictate to us what we had to do. So when we give up complete control of our building department to an outsourced company, then what is our recourse for them when they demand of us raises or fee changes or more control over our village? So I'm not so much, I don't really have a comment on the code enforcement part, but I would just be concerned about the complete outsourcing and not having in-house employees that belong to Biscayne Park that are at least somewhat managing our building department and not giving it all completely to an outside company. Thank you.
If we have no other comment here in the cabin, we will go ahead and we'll move on to our comments on Zoom.
We'll hear from Mr. Anderson. You'll need to unmute.
Hold on just a second. For whatever reason, I'm getting a lot of backfeed in here.
As are we.
Okay. I'm waiting for.
I would suggest turning your speaker down on your computer.
Yeah. My wife happens to be watching the same thing. It was backfeeding from hers, but I think we got it under control now.
Sounds good now.
On the donation of the log cabin, I see that's an agenda item. I believe it's 12B. I think this is something the commission really needs to look at because this is a once in a lifetime situation. And if we're lucky enough to be able to get this log cabin and put it in a location that would complement the log cabin that you're all sitting in right now, I think it would be a standout visual aspect for the city. The only thing, I don't know if you've looked at or not, but the person who bought the property that's donating it, it will cost them X amount of dollars to demolish it and to get rid of it. On the donation side, besides donating the building, I think they ought to be able to chip in some money to help on the moving. So I hope you guys will go ahead and discuss it, and I think it'd be a great thing for the city. On the intersection blockage over on, I believe it's 9th and 107th Street, looking at it and looking at the great pictures that we're taking for this presentation, it appears to me that the main problem of that is the growth of the vegetation behind the sign blocking. If that could be cut back and managed so you'd be able to see over the vegetation, around the vegetation, I think that would basically eliminate the problem. When that sign was first put in there, myself, I used to come that way once in a while, going to the stores. I could see if there was oncoming traffic, and I could be seeing if there was somebody there. The vegetation has gotten so dense now, you can't. And the main problem with that particular intersection is not only the people, the traffic heading west on 107th, it's the traffic heading east because there's a curve right there and it's very difficult to see what's coming. So it's just a bad intersection. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lugo, have you unmute?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Judy Flug. I live at 520 Northeast 119th Street. My house is the one where the last fatal accident happened. I have been a resident of Biscayne Park for 40 years. I remember when I first moved in, you could not walk out the front door, check your mail, go to your car without seeing a police car go by. Biscayne Park is 1 square mile. Very rarely do I now see a police officer going down my street. There is a problem with people coming off of Griffin Boulevard, speeding down the street, obviously. There's also a problem that I noticed that on my street between Griffin and 6th Avenue, there is not one sign that says 25 miles per hour. I have also noticed that the lack of police presence on this side of 6th Avenue is I'm not seeing it. And I'm not saying that it could have prevented what happened that day, but we've got to make this better, because if somebody had been walking, a lot of people walk their dogs, kids in strollers, etc. This could have been even more than the 3 fatalities that happened basically in my driveway and in the median. I would like to see immediately 25 mile per hour signs put in between Griffin and 6th Avenue. And I would really like to see more of a police presence, because really, I walk a lot and I see them all over by the park and I see them all over on the other side of 6th, but really on my street, very rarely do I see a police officer driving down the street. So hopefully we can come to some kind of resolution for this, because it has made me feel unsafe. And at the end, it was just a tragic thing that happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have someone identified only as iPhone.
Me, Yvette Cordero?
Yeah, go ahead.
You hear us, Ms. Cordero? Looks like you might still be on mute. There we go.
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry. And I can't see myself. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. My name's Yvette Cordero and I live at 1045 Northeast 119th Street. I've been in Biscayne Park for 12 years. When I found the village, I envisioned my children growing up there, running around the streets, playing at the playground, making so many friends, having a school in common. And none of that has really ever happened. And I sit here and I wonder to myself, I don't pay the most taxes in the village, but I wonder, what exactly do I get for my tax dollars? I barely have street lights. My street is a one-way street, yet nobody recognizes it as a one-way street. Everybody on my street is constantly having to resod the front of their lawn, okay? Because if not, their house looks like a mess. You know, it's not enough space for 2 cars. It's a drag strip for people who want to, you know, for those fast little 3-wheel cars, the bus, the tow truck, anything and everybody who wants to drive fast can come right on our street and have a good 3 blocks before they hit a stop sign. It's just a lot. And I wonder, again, what are we doing with all this money, all these homes that have sold for $1 million that are paying $20,000, $30,000 in taxes? What are they getting? What are they getting exactly? What are we getting? You know, I went to go open the door the other day at the police department. Nobody's there. It's not open to the public. So why did we build it? For what? So it can look pretty to house the police officers that we don't really have in-house? If the public can't go to it, we have a phone number that we can't call. I called 911 today because somebody stole the package off of a neighbor's yard, and they made me feel terrible for calling 911, yet I was advised to call 911 directly because a non-emergency doesn't really pick up either. So shouldn't we, with the tax dollars that we pay, have somebody that can answer our phone calls, a police that can answer our calls? Like someone said, we're like a square mile, right? We can't offer that to our residents, that comfort of being able to pick up the phone and speak to our police. Instead, I had to get shamed today for misusing 911 because the emergency line wasn't going through. So at what point do we say enough? At what point do we really, truly come up with solutions? What more traffic study do we need than when they were fixing our alley and whoever was fixing our street, the DOT, I guess, put up a sign that said one way. It's a one-way road. Yet we need a traffic a report to tell us that? It's obvious. 2 cars don't fit. So I'd like to see some solutions after 12 years. It's the same as 12 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no more hands for our Zoom participants. That's not the same one. Is that
That's
the
the
same?
same.
Okay, all right. Okay, so having concluded the Zoom portion of our public comment, that will conclude our public comment for this evening. Let's go ahead and move on to commission reply with, well, not the understanding, I won't preclude anyone from making comment, but traffic is on the agenda in several places, so it will be discussed, I think, a few times this evening. But of course, at this time, I'll invite any commissioner specific reply to comments. And I would just like to thank everyone for being here and voicing your concerns and opinions. Thank you very much. Ms. Mayor?
Very quickly, thank you everyone for coming. I added traffic onto the agenda tonight. We'll address it as a separate item, so I won't waste any time here addressing it. But thank you for coming and pushing on us. We do better work when you come here and make us do better work. Thank you.
I'll add to that very quickly. A lot of you probably don't know me. This is my first meeting on the commission. I'm in an interim role until there's an election in April. I'm sure you'll all vote in. But I also live on 119th Street, and I have to say, this is the most number of neighbors on my street I've ever met. And it took us this kind of situation to get here. And I'll stop by saying that if I weren't in this seat, I would probably be right there, having said my 3 minutes. And I will concur with pretty much everything I heard. And I will add to that when the
I would also like to thank everybody for showing up and giving us your opinions on obviously the situations that we're all going through. I met with a couple of the residents, and I think that for me, I've kind of been desensitized to the situations. I live on Griffin, and from the day I moved in here, it's been a highway. So I just thought that was normal, right? But obviously, no, it's not normal. And, more concerning, obviously, are the inner roads where, most not a lot of people walk on Griffin, but the reality is that on our inner streets, where families do walk with their children and their dogs, and that area really needs attention. So I appreciate you guys coming out and bringing this to the forefront. I've sat here for 3 years. And one thing that I've learned here is that, we talk a lot about stuff, but not a lot happens, right? And when I first got elected, I had a conversation with one of the residents, and I brought up an issue, and she said, "Oh, we've been talking about that for 20 years. So the reality is that, you guys need to hold our feet to the fire and push things, because, if you guys don't do it, we'll be talking about this again next year, and then the year after that, and then the year after that, and nothing will get done. So if you guys don't continue the pressure, honestly, and I'm just being very honest, right, and very blunt with you guys. the truth is that we'll continue to talk about this and we'll continue to talk about it and absolutely nothing will get done. So I appreciate it and I hope that we do get something done for the good of the village.
So yes, thank you everybody for coming, for the comments, for stepping up. Thank you for meeting with me. I appreciate the engagement. I know it takes time and it takes some people the braveness to step forward. It's not easy to come in front of a lot of people and state your mind. I do feel we have to make a change. I do feel I still have the ability to do that. That's why you guys voted me in. That's why I'm here. So I am hoping that before my term is done, I see changes. One of the items in the agenda is specific to a corner because to Art's point, and I completely agree, this is not news. We've heard you. We've heard you through the strategic planning process. We have over 2,000 comments of people coming forward, and the number one concern when it comes to safety, it's traffic. I can bet a lot of money, and I'm sure I would be right if I tell you that all the comments you guys brought tonight are on those comments as well. That was a process we did a year ago. So it's not news. And it is a little bit frustrating to see slow movement towards it. It's not news. We've talked about traffic studies that need to happen. So I presented an item in November related to traffic overall, and a lot of your concerns were there. And I think I've seen several items been brought up. So I took a different approach, which is by corner, and that's why you see 107th and 9th. And it might be that in the next agenda, we talked about 119th and 6th or another corner that might be relevant. We'll find a way, we'll get there, okay? That's my commitment to you guys. I would like to know, do we have, the chief is not here tonight, is that right?
Correct. The chief was planning on attending tonight. However, he had a personal emergency.
Okay. Is there an opportunity for you to step forward to answer those comments? I'd appreciate it. And then the rest, I think, will be addressed when we have our items. So thank you again.
On that point, I think we'll have the deputy chief when he comes up for our police department monthly report. That might be a good time for you to address some of the issues, if that would be acceptable. Right. Okay. I would share personally a couple of things that will just bleed into my report. So when we get down to that, I have a couple items that I wanted to update everyone on with respect to the traffic. So we'll be there in just a second, and I'll give an update when we get there. Okay, so let's go ahead and move into our reports and get through this section here, and it begins with our village manager report. So Mr. Manager, do you have an update on a report for the commission this evening?
Everything that I have is in the report with the exception of, I received word from our lobbyist last Friday evening that our appropriations request for storm drains phases 2 and possibly 3 passed the House. So it has to pass the Senate and then survive the veto pen, but encouraging news so far.
Okay, great. I do have a quick question for you, Mr. Manager. With respect to our workshop coming up next week, have you heard from or received any update from Alan on the materials that he's planning to provide to us?
Yes, Alan and I finished up the CIP documentation today. I'm working on some backup for you, and that will be out to the commission tomorrow.
Okay, just want to make sure we have enough time to really digest it before we get to that meeting next week. With respect to the issue that we've been hearing a lot about so far with traffic, do you have any update or status on the Safe Streets grant that you might be able to share with us?
So this,
I apologize. And if you might, just for the benefit of the folks that don't know anything about it, maybe just give them an idea of what the Safe Street grant is.
absolutely. The Safe Streets for All is a new grant offered by the Federal Department of Transportation. This grant essentially started back in December. There are 2 parts to the grant. One is, best way to explain it is research, identifying issues, doing traffic studies, things like that. And the second part of the grant is implementation. So we were awarded $100,000 for the research part of it. Being this is a new grant, we unfortunately don't have full guidance yet as to what next steps are, when that's going to occur. My best guess, based on the information that I have and working on similar grants over the past decade, is that we're going to use those funds to hire a consultant. That consultant is going to look at things like fatalities, traffic citations, traffic injuries, car, as well as car pedestrian injuries to determine which areas, which intersections, which streets are going to be our most dangerous. And hopefully the part that we're not sure of is if they're going to go ahead and recommend solutions, or if that's going to be in the next step, the next implementation step. So we have $100,000 from the feds. We're spending $25,000 out of our pocket to do that study. But again, this is evidence-based. This is looking at statistics. This isn't necessarily trying to figure out what we think the worst intersections or stretches might be. This is looking at the data that we currently have.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I don't offer that as the only solution, but just one of the many things that we are working on and one of the things that has come up. So I thought it would be good because it's top of mind. Do we have any questions for the manager with respect to his report?
I do.
Okay.
So on that point, Chris, on going back to the item related to traffic and speed of November, there were 3 items that we spoke about. One, this came out from a lot of the comments you guys had during the strategic process. The requests were to look into what the process is to put a speed bump. A lot of people don't understand what the process is or don't know what the steps necessarily need to be followed. The second was related to restrict access. A lot of people talk about closing the village as an opportunity for safety, so certain streets or change in directions. A lot was suggested. But specific to restricting access, what I've heard is that we cannot do it. And I was asking, okay, show me what says that we can in a way. And number 3, enforcement, which you all spoke about tonight. So what's coming out from this item that is currently active, where we are, how we're pushing this forward?
Sure. Let me give you a little bit of background. Even though we are our own entity, even though we are our own municipality, all of the decisions we make on our streets have to be approved by Miami-Dade County. We do have certain stretches such as 6 that are county or state. We have no say, unfortunately, in what happens there. The county has historically not been very friendly to allowing villages to put in things that impede traffic. Their goal is to move as much traffic as efficiently as possible. And when we do things like add speed bumps or roundabouts or talk about decreasing speed limits, that tends to impede traffic, and the county is not typically as friendly to those types of ideas. However, one of our neighboring municipalities, El Portal, has successfully navigated that, and they have been able to add some traffic calming measures. So I'm going to be working with them to figure out the right words to use when we make our request from the county. Things like speed limit, those are actually governed by state statute. So we have to conduct a traffic study. We have to count the number of vehicles, count their speeds, use some fancy math to figure out essentially what the average speed is. And then we have to set our speed limit to within about 5 miles an hour of that average speed. So for example, if we do a speed study on 6th and everybody is doing 25 miles an hour, if that's the average speed, then we can go 20 miles an hour, or we can go 30 miles an hour. Unfortunately, if everybody on 6 is doing 40 miles an hour, then we would actually have to go up to 35. So there's a little bit of it's not as simple as we wish it would be to say this is an issue. We know what the safety issue is. Let's drop the speed limit. That my hope is we're going to be doing that as part of the Safer Streets for All. Again, I don't have the specifics on it because this is a new grant. This is the first time anybody's going through it. So we're still trying to figure it out as we go. We can, to the third point, the restricting access. The answer is yes and no. We can, if we wanted to, essentially put up a guard shack at every entrance to the village. At our expense, of course. We could have somebody there who would take license plates. But that's it. We can't put a stop arm. We can't block access. We can't shut down those streets. As part of the Safer Streets for All, my hope is to get a little bit more information on strategies such as one-ways. We do have narrow streets, so I'm thinking that we may have a little bit more ammo, a few more arrows in our quiver to be able to change some of these streets down to one-ways. depending on where we can and can't do that, that may restrict traffic. So for example, one of the complaints that we've regularly heard is people coming down, I believe it's 10th from North Miami speeding. Are we able to change that to a one-way going the other direction? We're not sure. That might help eliminate, or not eliminate, but alleviate some of those speeding issues. Those are all things that we're going to look at. So safety is of huge concern for the commission. It's of huge concern for the police department. It's of huge concern for me personally as the manager. We're just trying to figure out how to use the right words, push the right buttons to accomplish what we need to accomplish within the confines that we currently have. Does that answer?
Yeah, I was going to go to that question. So I understand, and that has been the answer. Historically, we do have state and county roads we don't have jurisdiction on, but there's many we do, and we do have certain speed bumps already existing. What's the process to consider those? And of course, a traffic study would not cover every corner on the village. So how does a regular person in 119th make sure to address that they want, say the entire block is sitting here right now, want a speed bump in 3 months?
So the short answer is we shouldn't have put speed bumps in. That was done, it's my understanding, a few years ago as a quote pilot unquote program that did not go through the proper approvals. That was not approved by the county. This is a situation where I can certainly go to the county and say, hey, can we put speed bumps in? And they say, what's that? You already have one, take it out. So you're absolutely correct. The traffic study wouldn't necessarily cover where every place we want to put speed bumps. However, there are additional solutions that we can use without having to do a full-blown traffic study. So for example, there are cameras there's several types of cameras and speed signs that capture speeds, and we can use that data. So we may not include 10th on a traffic study, but we can purchase and put up those radar signs that gather that data. So we can still use that as part of our overall strategy.
Okay. So there are ways, currently there's other cities that are putting in place processes to be considered to add in speed bumps.
Correct.
We did have a traffic study done many, many years ago that already highlights some of the opportunities to fix in those. Are there any of those that are still valid in any way in 6 or an internal, the ones we can actually control? Because at this stage, I understand we can't control anything then. Can we? I mean, that's the question in the air, because one thing is to talk about 6 and Griffin, a state county, and another thing is to talk about 109th. So do we have control to look into those opportunities or any other that might come? And how come I see certain steps, like 95% of signatures for a block need to be addressed? You know, I put some of the examples that exist that we cannot access or we cannot build ourselves for the village.
The unfortunate situation is our hands are tied by the county. It doesn't matter if all 3,000 residents ask for a speed bump on this stretch. The county can come in and say, sorry, that doesn't fit with our overall plan. Now, if we do have all 3,000 residents, that gives us additional ammo to go to the county and say, no, look, this is what we're talking about. The study that was done in 2008 had several recommendations. None of them included speed bumps. They were more about extending medians into intersections, some bump outs, things like that. Those were not done. We can certainly still do those. We have to go through the process. We have that data. We can go to the county to request the permission to put those in and then proceed with those. Off the top of my head, I think we were looking at if we implemented all of those solutions, it was somewhere between 800,000 and $1 million.
Yeah.
It was a significant amount.
Of course. And my last question, in terms of the county. So we talk about we're basically at the fortune of the county accepting any of this. Have we ever contacted them? What is our approach to actually go to the county and say, here, we've been talking about this, I know you control everything. What's the process and what have we done?
That's the information I'm hoping to glean from the El Portal manager because they have successfully managed this process. I think I mentioned in a previous meeting, they accidentally included me as a CC in one of their emails going back and forth. So cat's out of the bag. I'm reaching out to their manager to find out what words they used or what process they followed to be able to accomplish what they'd wanted to accomplish for traffic calming.
All right, so those are my questions.
Okay, do we have other questions? The manager's report?
I do as well. It sounds like we launched into our traffic topic. So can we stop that and wait until we get to the traffic topic and have a really solid conversation? Great. So to the manager, we have other business to attend to here tonight. Chris, at our last meeting in January, I put on the agenda my concerns about some struggles that you and your staff are having with noticing meetings and agendas. Veronica brought this up a little earlier. You said you were working on some things to try to make them better. Chris, I'm not seeing anything get better. Tonight's agenda was late. It was late for us. It was late for them. There are problems all over that agenda. There are problems. While you were on vacation out of the country, there were meetings that were not properly noticed. There were public meetings with no agendas. So I'm not even certain that they're valid meetings because no agendas were posted. This building was locked when a meeting was supposed to be taking place and people couldn't get into the meeting. I'm not seeing anything get better. I would like to hear you respond to what you're doing, Chris, because another month has gone by and this continues. And Chris, this is the easy stuff. Getting a building unlocked, getting an agenda online, getting things clickable so we can get in here and function. What's going on and what are you doing to make it better? I have a couple of other things to ask you, but I would like a response to that, please.
Yeah, great question. So as you exit the log cabin today, you'll notice there's a new lockbox on the side pillar. That new lockbox was installed to allow our board chairs to access or to get a key to open and close a log cabin. On the back counter here, there's an opening and closing checklist for the log cabin. So in addition, when one of the board chairs requests, or when I've identified one of the board chairs who need to get in, they're issued a 4-digit code. They're given the instructions for how to access that code and what the SOPs are for managing this facility, including that binder back there. So we've issued 2 codes to date. We're hoping to get all of that done and set to go. The SOPs are written. As far as the agenda, we were actually just chatting, was that yesterday or was that, I don't even remember. Last week, yeah, and then today. The clerk is implementing a new agenda process. We may need to tweak the timelines on that a little bit because as the commission mentioned earlier, you want to get the agendas out to you earlier, and we're certainly able to do that. This process includes a new review so that we have multiple eyes on it at multiple times to make sure this gets done.
Did we ask
As far
you to
as
get
the
to us
calendar and
earlier? I
the
don't
noticing
recall
and
that.
everything else, I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't recall us asking the agendas to get out to us earlier. We already had guidelines in place that you said you would meet. Those were existing guidelines.
That was the discussion. I thought I heard 10, 15 minutes or what at the beginning.
She was asking to get it to us on time, not to get it to us any earlier. to
Oh,
get
then
it
you're
to us.
absolutely correct. My apologies. You won't get them out earlier. We'll get them to you on time.
That's all I'm
Process.
asking.
So we have that new process in, as far as the noticing, as far as the calendar. We've been having issues with Google Calendar that I cannot duplicate, that Google can't help me duplicate. So as part of the new rollout with the new mobile app, they have calendar functions in there. The challenge that we have with Granicus is that having that Granicus calendar, it's impossible to maintain that Granicus calendar on the website like we have been doing previously. It's extremely clunky. It's not responsive. It doesn't have the functionality. So as we're doing this configuration for the new My Biscayne Park mobile app, that calendar function will live on there. In addition to being able to notice the meetings, it can push notifications. It will have agendas online that has the functionality available to send back comments or questions about them. So we're improving those lines of communication. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We are not there. Absolutely not. We are trying new things, trying to make this as modern as possible, as seamless as possible. And you're absolutely right. We've had speed bumps, we've had issues, and for that, I am deeply, deeply sorry. I understand the issue it causes with our residents and the issue it causes with the commission. And to the commissioner's point, absolutely, we're not, this isn't the for lack of a better word, this isn't the product that we want to put out. we deserve much better. And the clerk and I and the rest of the staff are working together to make that happen.
Well, I hope you can do better soon because we've been waiting a while and I've been a commissioner for 4 years. And for most of the 4 years, I didn't have this problem, but recently I'm having the problem a lot.
Oh, yeah, it's all us. I apologize. You're absolutely correct, sir.
In the meantime, could I request that at least someone double check what's going out before it goes out? Because it's one thing to have problems and struggling with software. Look, an Excel spreadsheet can accomplish most of this. Until you figure out all the bells and whistles of all of your technology over there, you can still get an agenda out on time. You can still do it on a spreadsheet, and maybe it won't be the fanciest thing that we see now, but if it's not working, I don't really care how fancy it is. I'm glad you're working on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Other
that's
questions?
the process that I just mentioned. To your point, unfortunately, I'm an Excel whiz. I would love to use Excel for agendas. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the PDF functionality and things like that. That was actually one of the solutions that I looked at. So, but yeah, we're working on it. We got it. Give us a little bit of time. I appreciate your understanding as we work through this process.
Couple of other things. What's the status of the, you're working with CAP on the enforcement of new construction landscaping? You were going to report back to us. Is there any update on that?
No update. We're waiting on what happens with the building situation here.
Have all the drains been located? I know that you had a lot of drains cleaned recently. Are all the drains located? I had some emails back and forth with you and I'm still not clear if you know where all the drains are.
Yeah, we have an old PDF that indicates where all the drains are. They have that over at Public Works. Our Public Works Director is in the process of verifying. Just in looking at the PDF, being out in the village myself, there are some drains that weren't on there. We're not sure where that came from, but as part of the cleaning process, one of the pieces of that process was identifying all of our drains. So we can have them on that map and know exactly what we're dealing with and where. That's also going to be part of the process as we look at storm drain phases 1B, storm drain phase 2, as well as a vulnerability assessment that we're currently doing, locating all of those resources.
Just had a deja vu moment because I heard this exact same report, I think, just a couple of years ago about the drain locations. I do know that a vendor used a GPS locator to locate all the drains and that data is available to you. If you don't have it, I hope you get your hands on it. We have to know where the drains are to keep them all clean.
Oh, I agree.
Last thing for you, Chris. I attended the last code compliance meeting and I was really disappointed. This room was as crowded that night as it is now. And the vast majority of those people were there for driveway violations. And a fair number of them, don't have numbers in front of me, but it's on your report from the code department, were improperly cited. So there were a lot of residents in there that got notices to appear that never should have been noticed for an improper driveway. Their driveways were absolutely fine and in compliance with our driveway code. And I think there's some more people in the pipeline. So I'm hoping we can avoid having residents all upset. I've been called in front of code compliance. It's not a nice feeling to get that notice on your door and a notice to appear in front of a panel of people that have the power to fine you, big fines for not getting something done, and then to find out that you were improperly cited. So the good news is that a lot of driveways are going in the village. I see a lot of them going through the planning department, the planning board, but I'm hoping we can avoid those kind of kerfluffles with residents. They were here spending a lot of time that night. We have a volunteer board and you have your staff that you pay to sit at these meetings, those meetings. And they were just dismissing cases. So people had to come here and line up to have their cases dismissed because they never should have been cited in the first place. So I hope you have eyes on that, please.
I can't comment on that at this point.
I have a question. Brad, are you giving a report tonight?
I intended to regarding the Form 6 litigation, but I was going to defer to the mayor.
If we,
He's going to talk about it.
Because I have a question for Brad as well.
how about we do this? If we're finished with our questions for the manager for his report, are there any others at this time? Okay, having no others, we'll go ahead and move on to the village attorney. Mr. Attorney, if you have a report for us.
Would you like me to address that with the Form 6? Because that's what I was going to talk about.
You can go ahead and address it, and if there's anything that I had planned to speak on that you don't cover, then I'll go ahead and do that.
Very well.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt for just 2 seconds, just procedural? I do have the police department here. My plan was to present that during manager reports. We don't have to. If the attorney wants to go first, that's totally fine. I'm not sure what the commission would prefer.
Don't mind if you want to take the deputy chief out of order. I got to be here on.
I think that's fine if we want to go ahead and take that out of order. Is that fine?
May I make a suggestion? If some part of his report is regards to traffic, and I'm going to guess it is, I would like to try to have a real conversation about all of it, and some of what he says would contribute to that, having a little bit of a conversation here and a little bit over here and a little bit over here. I want to have a meaty conversation about this topic, and he's going to have some things to say, I think.
Do you want to have him speak during the traffic conversation?
About his traffic responses. I mean, I saw him taking notes here when people were speaking. I'm assuming he's going to respond to some stuff. We're going to have a traffic conversation. I'd like to have it.
Yeah, so here's the only question I have. When is that conversation? I also don't want to have these fine folks staying here.
It's under new business.
Yeah, so if y'all want to, I'm okay with him speaking now, because the reality is that they're gonna have to sit here for another 2 hours.
Yeah.
To listen to what he's gonna basically say later.
We could move that item up right after consent. All
I'm
we have
good
to
with
do
that.
is agree to it.
That, but
I'm
I don't want
totally in
this-
favor of doing that.
So, right, why don't we just do that then? Why don't we move it up? Once we finish the reports, we'll move the traffic item up to
After
address that.
consent.
Right, after consent to address it then, so we can put that all together and give everyone here the benefit of that discussion. So we can go ahead and do that. And in the interim, we'll come on back and,
That would require you just another motion and.
okay,
Make a
so
motion that we move the traffic conversation after the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, great. So let's go ahead and go forward. Brad, with your report, please.
Sure. So, for those of you, I think most of you are aware that, the legislature last year, passed a new law requiring elected officials to file a, much more significantly detailed, financial disclosure, which is entitled the Form 6. A local law firm by the name of Weiss Serota has taken on litigation and is seeking declaratory relief and also injunctive relief against the imposition and the carrying out of the new statute with regards to Form 6. And they're basically doing that on the grounds, they're moving on First Amendment grounds and right to privacy grounds. Part of their argument is that there have been over 100 elected officials throughout the state that as a result of these filing requirements have resigned their positions, and frankly, this, because of the level of detail of financial disclosure, a lot of these individuals did not want to have to put that much detail into the public realm as to what their finances are, properties they own, corporations they own, things of that nature. So I know that Weiss Serota is reaching out to municipalities and asking municipalities to join their suit. That's not something you could do tonight because it would have to be done by resolution, but just so that you're all aware of that. My understanding is that they are seeking $10,000 per municipality as a fee so that they can fund it, the representation of these municipalities further this suit. I will tell you that if they ultimately prevail at final hearing or they receive a declaratory judgment, and let me just back up. So for injunctive relief, for those of you that don't know, there's two stages. One is a preliminary injunction, which you go before the judge, you state your case. If the judge thinks there's a reasonable basis that the final injunction, which prevents the imposition of whatever the act is, there's a basis that it might be granted, then the court can grant a temporary injunction, which basically stops, for the moment, stops the imposition of whatever the law is, which in this case would be the filling out of the financial disclosure. And then what would happen is the case would move before the judge to a final hearing where the court takes testimony, hears arguments, and then ultimately enters a final ruling, which would either keep the temporary injunction in place or vacate it and say, no, we're not going to join this. The declaratory relief is a little bit different. The declaratory relief is where you ask the court to declare, in this case, that particular statute regarding Form 6 is violative of the First Amendment and or of the Florida Constitution's provisions with regards to right to privacy. So I would tell you, I can explain to you that if you were to join the lawsuit as a municipality, and this law firm is successful in obtaining the temporary injunction, then you would not have to file the Form 6 until the court rules on the final injunction, as I just described the process. If you're not a named party and you don't join the lawsuit, you would not get the benefit of the temporary injunction order. However, if a final injunction comes out and/or declaratory judgment where the courts are now saying it's violative of the Constitution, either Florida or the United States Constitution, then regardless of whether you're a party to the lawsuit, you would reap the benefits of that lawsuit. So I just wanted the commission to be aware of this. I think there's another issue that needs to at least be considered if you do want to move forward with the resolution. And obviously you can't do that tonight, but if you do want to move forward, one of the issues, in order for you to allocate public funds, there has to be a public purpose for it. So the commission would have to find a public purpose for the use of public funds addressing the issue of you all individually having to file this Form 6. The argument that I've heard as far as the public purpose at this point is just what I said earlier, is that a lot of elected officials are resigning or choosing not to run because of the onus that's being placed on them with regards to their.
And we have a special election on April 9th, and I've already talked to people who said they won't run because of it. So that might
I'm
be
not-
one of our,
Might squarely fit that.
I'm just putting that out there just so you all understand the entire format of how you would have to proceed if you all chose to move forward with this. There is a form resolution that the firm has provided. I can obviously alter it if that's something that you all have an interest in moving with, but I just.
are you
wanted-
looking for comment from us on that?
It can be something that you can all discuss. I just wanted you all to be aware of it.
Want comment?
Sure.
Want us to spend money on this? If the only benefit of us giving them, joining in the lawsuit and spending money, is it $10,000?
1,000 per municipality.
If the only purpose is that I personally, among you guys, would not have to file that, I've already determined that I would not resign my seat, and I'm prepared to file the information now. So as I sit here right now, I'm prepared to turn the information over. So if it's going to benefit me, it's not worth spending the money. But if the lawsuit is successful and none of us have to do it, that's great. So I am not in favor of spending $10,000 to save me having to file paperwork that I'm planning to file right now.
And you can, individual commissioners or I should just say individual elected officials who qualify to have to file can enter the suit as individuals. And it's a much significantly reduced rate if you're entering as a
2,000.
personal, it's 2,000 instead of 10,000.
When is this form due, by the way?
July
July
1st.
1st, same time as the Form 1 was.
Okay.
Yeah.
You won't start receiving penalties for having not filed until September.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't
Um,
want to spend a dime.
And it would be for
With
the
him.
year 2023.
For me, actually, my comment, I rather consider it, just on the eye of who is, not even considering stepping forward for the village, with this in mind. I mean, I've also spoken to some residents that don't feel comfortable, and these are very, qualified people to join the commission and have the same right as anybody to do it. But obviously, this is an impediment they see over their privacy, and they consider not to do this turnaround. Having that said, I'm sitting here as well, I'm ready to pull through whatever is needed and provide the county with whatever is asked, or the state, but I am forward to considering it. Yes, I think at the end of the day, hopefully this dies. I don't know what happens with this lawsuit potentially, but I like to keep it open. I know I kind of heard firsthand in the League of City of the attorney presentation of this, and they seem to believe they have a strong case to push forward. Yeah.
I hope they do. But I don't think we should be spending our money doing it. So are we going to come to some consensus on this now?
If you'd like to, if we'd
Does
like to. come
anybody else have any
consensus on it now.
comments?
Not really. I spoke with Robert Myers, a partner at
Dissenting.
Boca. He was the one who's kind of organizing this one, and the attorney mostly covered it. But remember.
What's your opinion on it?
Well, it's a little bit too much, I think, for a municipality. I think that's the problem. But it's always remember too, that if we were to change our minds at some point in the future, pleadings can always be amended. Parties can be added at a later time up into a certain cutoff date. So if for some reason we were to change our minds and say that this is something that we want to join in on, we can reconsider it.
No.
But I'd say my recommendation for right now would say we don't need to vote on it because I don't think we're really considering it.
I don't think there's anything to vote.
No, I agree.
At this point.
was more informative.
I just wanted you all to understand it's out there, what the purpose is, what your options are. And if you were to give me direction to draft a resolution, then I would, or tailor the resolution that's already been drafted.
If there's an opening to offer our support, I asked Robert this, if there's an opening to offer our support as in form of a letter saying us as a municipality supports your litigation efforts, great. But as far as signing up for that amount of money, I don't think we need to vote on it right now. It was more informative at this point.
And I've heard there's some rumblings, although I don't think they'll go that route. There's some rumblings that they might try to seek a class certification. If they do that, you're automatically
We're covered anyway.
reap the benefits. Yes. So, but I don't think they're going to go that route. I wouldn't go that route if I was.
What we like to call a wait and see approach. Great. So,
I have a question for the attorney if he's done with his report. I called Brad today because I was expecting to see the second reading of the water supply ordinance on tonight's agenda, and it's not on here. And I think he has an update for us on that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. So essentially, it is properly not on tonight's agenda. So, and the reason for that is, if you recall, we had to start from scratch. And so you've passed it on first read. It was submitted to the various state entities and individuals that have to review it. They have to have they have a process. They've acknowledged receipt of it. There's a process which they review it to determine whether or not there's any alterations or modifications that they desire the village to incorporate into the water plan. I would doubt very much at this point there will be any, because they've already approved the former version of it, excuse me. But they still have to have that review process. And speaking to the consultant that you all retained, I spoke to him this morning, and he believes that we will very likely hear back from those respective agencies that their review, what their review resulted in by next week. And then if that's the case, then we would put it on the agenda for the March meeting. Hopefully it obviously be approved on its second reading. And we will ensure that it's executed that night, and it's provided to the agency that it needs to be provided.
And we will make the deadline that they gave us, because this is our
I'm
second.
going to bring a copy, unless there's modifications, obviously I'll have to sit here and do the modifications.
Okay.
But my intent is to have a copy prepared for execution
Mhm.
at the time you all approve
Got it.
second read. If there's no modifications to it, at the end of the meeting, I'm going to hand it to the mayor. I'm going to execute it. The clerk will attest to it. And I will walk out with a copy and send it where it needs to be sent.
Okay, because this is a reminder to everybody, and John, you weren't here for this is your first meeting. We went through this process. We thought we were done. Some deadlines were missed. We had to start over and do it again. And we passed this on first reading. None of us read it. No one on staff read this. No one sitting here on this day has read that document that we voted on for exactly. We voted on it on first reading. We're relying on an outside vendor to make sure all the information is correct. When it comes back for second reading with whatever comments the state adds to it, which we hope is nothing, I hope everyone gets eyes on this thing, because we made changes to that at first and second reading the first time we did that. And we need to make sure our changes are incorporated, which means someone's got to listen to the meeting minutes on video and make sure it was done. And quite frankly, I'm not trusting that things are getting done very well. So I'll be watching that video and checking it myself. I encourage you to all do the same.
Vice Mayor Kennedy, may I input that when the attorney sent me that first reading document again, I did proof it to make sure that the same document that they had before. So I did look at it.
The last
Can you
meeting,
read
when
the-
I asked, no, I was told no one looked at it. I said, did anyone have eyes on this? And it was crickets up here. So if you looked at it,
I don't remember
great. I'm
that.
going to look at
I
it
did look
myself,
at it First reading.
because we made changes at second reading
That's
last
why-
time.
And that's why I looked
Okay, very good.
to make sure it was the same document.
Very good.
do we have any other questions for the village attorney with respect to his report? Okay, hearing none. Let's move on to our village board report. Do we have any village boards reports for us this evening? No, none. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to our village commission. I'll open up to the commission for any updates on their reports.
All right, so I'll start. I was able to participate of the League of Cities in Aventura this month. I was joined coincidentally by the mayor. It was a very packed event, lots of people from the county, different municipalities. These are great events to connect with people to understand what's happening in other cities and look for best practices. At least that's how I see it. Interesting enough, I got the chance to meet a couple people at this event that I've been trying to connect with. One of them was FPL. My question being to the manager, do we have a contact for FPL that represents the village and can talk about burying the lines? A question that comes from a lot of residents and continues to come up as what's happening, what's the status, what's the process. So we didn't have a contact in per se, so again, this is why the events are good. I ran into this person, the elevator happened to be our rep. So soon, probably by the next meeting, I'll have more news. I already connected as well to the manager, so we're all on the same page. State of the county led by Mayor Cava was at the zoo. You guys, that was a drive. I'm telling you. It took an hour and a half to get there with it was insane. And the meeting itself was not that long, but it had a lot of presentations prior to Cava speaking. And I, suggest you follow through YouTube. You have everything on it. And again, good opportunity to catch people and introduce the village and talk about what, is happening for them as well. Several meetings regarding safety with residents happened this month. So again, thank you very much for calling to my cell phone or knocking on my door like it happens sometimes. And I welcome it. If I'm there, I'm happy to sit with you and talk about it. Virtually assisted the code compliance meeting this month, as well as the Miami Shore Council meeting in January. And this was because I kept talking about an issue that I brought up to you guys, I think in December, related to septic to sewer, another thing that always comes up. To be honest with you, as a regular human here, septic to sewer goes over my head. It's a huge issue. So I am very straightforward with the question. It's like, how do we get this started? I connected first with Mayor Cava, who put me in touch with 13 other people. And eventually I got the chance to speak to Christian Kamrath is his name. And he's a manager for the resilience program for the adaptation team that takes charge of the Bay right by us. And they have a presentation that they're going to schedule. And I believe you might have news on that, or at least that's what he suggested, trying to connect with you and the manager to set up a date to come to the village and talk about what's next. Why is this important? Because they are in the midst of funding. So if there is an opportunity to be seen, just like El Portal started a pilot actually of septic to sewer. That's how they did it. They got involved with the county, the resiliency program, of course. They were able to address which areas needed to be covered. There was a briefing session here. You probably were part of it in 2022. So that was the kickoff. Now they're coming back to say planning stage. So I think this is the right time to talk about that.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, could you give me that name again?
I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
It's actually on the email.
It is, okay, thank you.
Yes. And then last, let's see if I forgot something. I think that's it. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner. Any other?
Couple of things quick. I just want to say welcome and thanks to John Holland for joining us up here for 8, 9, 10 weeks, whatever it's going to turn out to be. It's very nice of you to do this for us. It's important that we have days so we can hold meetings and get things done properly. And with your financial background, we'll use you well here in the next couple of weeks, if not longer. So thanks, John, for doing that. So we had a bird walk here in Biscayne Park back in January. I think some of you were on the bird walk, and I sent a report to you guys so you know, because I know you like to know how many people show up for things, and it was a very successful event. So it's always nice to get confirmation that people appreciate these kind of events and they will show up for them. We had 35 people show up at 7 in the morning on a Saturday to go walk around and look at birds in Biscayne Park. It was a really nice day. It was a beautiful morning and we had a blast. And special thanks to Dr. William Searcy from University of Miami. He's an ornithologist who came and volunteered his time to do that for us. It was very nice of him. Okay, report back for you guys. Miami-Dade Mayor Cava. Miami-Dade County Mayor Cava. Her assistant got back to me just yesterday, and she gave us a date that she would like to come to Biscayne, that the mayor would like to come to Biscayne Park, hold an event for residents, so they would have a chance to meet with the county mayor personally in a social setting. It's something I told you that I was pursuing with them, and then she will stay and attend our commission meeting. So we could have the opportunity to engage with her on some of these topics that concern us, and we'll have the mayor's undivided attention. So the date that she's available to do this is Tuesday, April 2nd, which is we have a commission meeting that night. It would be a 1-hour event with us and the mayor and residents here at the log cabin, and then she would stay for the first half hour or so of our meeting. We would need to adjust our schedule to accommodate her. That gives us opportunity in March to decide what it is we would like to talk to her about. So this is a really nice opportunity. It's a great opportunity for us to ask for stuff, right, officially. So it dovetails really nicely, and I was really glad to hear your report, Vero. But also residents, you'll be able to come because remember, the county controls the roads. Lots of heads nodding. Great. I'll see you all on Tuesday, April 2nd. Okay. So I guess what we need to discuss is, A, do we want to do this? Shall I call and confirm? Do I hand this over to this project over to the clerk? Do I finish it up myself? What do you guys want to do? What does that event look like? What do we want to have here? We need to kind of figure that out quickly because I want to be able to email them back immediately and say, yes, lock it down. They're waiting for an answer from me.
Yes.
Okay, everyone say yes? Okay.
Set for the next commission.
Well, the event would be Tuesday, April 2nd, but that means at our March meeting, we could add to the agenda for us to bring things that we would want to discuss with her, have that conversation, so we're organized for our meeting with her. Yeah.
I think you're a great event planner, so I'm all for you handling it.
Well, Birdwalk is one thing. The mayor rolling into town is another thing altogether. I could bring a couple birds, let them loose. So does everyone say yes to that?
Yes.
And everyone's good with April 2nd, and everyone's good with bringing their items to March for a discussion?
Yes.
So can we consider that to a request to the clerk to put that on the agenda for March? Beautiful. Everyone bring their ideas. We'll talk about that. We'll be organized.
Then you would lead this kind of communication for it to happen on March? Is that what you suggest?
No, Pamela will put that on the March agenda and then we'll all come. So that's just us having a discussion like this. Chris, how do you want to handle the April 2nd event?
As far as the mayor coming here,
Mayor
what
coming here for a
specifically
social-
are you looking for?
Well, first of all, at this point, is it appropriate for staff to take over? I just kind of greased the wheels on this because I ran into her assistant and kind of pushed it for this to happen. And she called me, the mayor called me one day just to chit chat about stuff. And I don't know her. And it was a very nice phone call. And I'm like, hey, come see us. We have stuff to talk to you about. And she agreed. So that's how this all happened.
So are you asking us then to coordinate the date and time and arrival and buy the cookies and punch? Is that?
Or is it something you want someone else? I'm asking, how would you like this is it something you want to take over at this point? Would you like me to do it? Do you want someone else to do it? Do you want a board to do it? I don't know what's appropriate. I don't know if a commissioner should be doing this on his own.
What about one of our boards? Can we get one of our boards?
That's a good idea.
Like the foundation, maybe?
have a-
Foundation or the arts board? Yeah,
Those people are really good at event planning.
they're good party planners. They throw good parties. And they have a wine sponsor and all that kind of stuff. So maybe the arts board could take this over. Is
Yeah.
anyone from the arts board here? Oh, Amy, put your hand up. I'll put you back on that board.
Good idea, I think.
How do we pull that off between now and then? Are we allowed to ask the board? We can ask them and they can say no, right, Brad? We can't tell them to do it.
Correct.
Okay, so how do we make a formal request of the board to take this on for us on short notice? Or did I just do it?
But you kind of did it. I think the
Okay.
manager could communicate your request to the board.
Am
I
I
don't
allowed to
know.
talk to them as well?
I don't know. Well, you can speak to an individual board member,
But not the board, unless I go to their meeting.
unless you go to a meeting and it's, yes, properly noticed.
What?
So
When is their next meeting?
the appropriate next step then would be, Commissioner, if you were to instruct me to reach out to, was it arts and culture was what was decided on? Instruct me to reach out to them to coordinate. Okay. All right.
Pamela, is there an art board meeting tomorrow night? It's on the calendar twice and I don't know which date it is. Okay.
Why don't we
Bucky's, I'm
have,
trying to get us past this.
why don't we have the manager
Matt,
reach out to the
I'm
arts?
I'm on Zoom. This is Martha.
Oh, hey, Martha.
Hi. Yeah, there is a meeting tomorrow.
Martha, I'm coming to your meeting tomorrow to talk to you guys about this, okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
Going to be.
All right, so April 2nd.
Okay, I'll report back in March what's going to happen on April 2nd, and we'll have the conversation. That's my report.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just to make sure I'm clear then, I'm not reaching out?
I'll go to their meeting tomorrow and discuss it with them. And Chris, I'll send you an email and let you know what they say.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we have any other board report, commission reports? The only other item that I wanted to discuss, is one of the items that relates to the traffic issue. I didn't want to discuss it just yet because we're not quite there, but it's a program that I've reached out to the manager and to the police chief about. It was a program with a company that kind of cold emailed. And it's a program where they install cameras at four-way stop signs. And those cameras are assisted by artificial intelligence to cite people that are moving too quickly, not stopping at the stop signs fully, issuing them a citation and having them pay for it. Now, we're still kind of working through the initial planning phase of that because this group hasn't really delivered to us all the details yet, but and there's some issues that we've brought up to the attorney about legality because we've seen some issues with legality and red light camera enforcement here. So that's an important consideration. However, there was legislation passed in 2023 that allowed cameras to be installed on buses to capture and cite people that blow through the stop signs on buses. So there's some precedent. So it could be really helpful. They've represented to me that it is cost neutral, that we don't have to pay for it, that what they basically do is kind of put a lien on the ticket revenue until it's paid for. But this is just very early and it sounded like it could be promising and something that we can do without need for approval from the county possibly. So I was a little reluctant to bring it up, but I know this is a salient point to be made tonight, that's just something that we're looking into. So I wanted to at least raise that. As far as the county goes, very quickly, we also had a conversation with Christian at the Resiliency Department, follow up on a grant that we would tie to the county as a municipal partner to try and work on some bioswales or smart ponds for flooding issues. They didn't really have a whole lot of good information for us, unfortunately. It was just a presentation that said, this is what we're doing. And a lot like traffic, a large plan is nice, but we'd like to see some action. So I asked them about that. They said that we'll send you some additional materials on resident education and where they are with the grant that they applied for in August. So we're waiting on an update there, but we had an update with the Resiliency Department. So that's really all I have now, so we can move forward and get through the consent agenda unless, well, I'll leave the police department report if there's anything additional you want to address after we get through traffic, that's all right. But did we have any other questions about the reports that were listed under 8A? No? Okay. All right. So then let's move to our consent agenda so we can then move to our traffic issue.
Motion to approve consent.
Do I have a second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Consent agenda passes and we will move on to our new business item, which is our traffic issue. So I could ask the deputy chief to step on up to the microphone for us. Was there anything specific within the report that you maybe just wanted to address? I know the vice mayor mentioned you were taking some notes, so if you'd like to just kind of present us with an opening of sorts, we'd.
Yes,
certainly
sir.
love to hear it.
I think it'd be best I kind of do the opening. I did the chief did a PowerPoint presentation. Unfortunately, he had a personal emergency he had to attend to, so I'm going to be presenting. Kind of cover some of the rumors on the fatality so we can get the facts out there so everyone knows the backstory. Some of the steps that we've been taking prior and where we're kind of moving towards, and then address some of the questions that the residents brought up and any that the commission has. So again, I'm Deputy Chief Mark Steele. Recently kind of came into this position. So we've been trying to address, I come from a very strong traffic background. I was with the Florida Highway Patrol in the state for 15 years. So traffic's very near and dear to my heart. because I've seen a traffic homicide investigator, so I've seen the worst of the worst. So we take your complaints in this matter very serious as a police department, and we're going to do everything in our power to address it and kind of get our name on the map as a don't come through our village if you plan on breaking any of the laws, including traffic. We're going to kind of cover the traffic enforcement, a little bit of our statistics and the recommendations that we're recommending to the commission for the police department. So first, we started noticing this traffic issue. We've been implementing traffic enforcement details throughout the month, 3 to 4. We try to do it weekly, different dates, different times to address this issue. So it's been an ongoing issue that we've seen with traffic, with the complaints coming in. And we always say that's our #1 complaint. So that's what we really try to focus on. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand when it comes to policemen, not every policeman can pull over a car for speeding. You have to be certified through a course and everything in order to stop a car for speed. So we've been coordinating with the college. They usually run our speed measurement device training that would certify a police officer to do that. It's a little bit new of a curve for me because in the highway patrol, every trooper has that right out the academy. That's a principle. Here, it's not through the academy's beginning, so we're focusing on it. Unfortunately, the next one is not until April, and that's if Broward County will let us into their college to do it, because we have to ask for reciprocal funding. Our region doesn't put it on as common as we would like it to be. And then that also takes an officer off the road for a complete week, 40 hours that we have to pay them to send them to the training. So we're working on that, and we're trying to get as many of our guys certified. We were able, the manager really helped us out on getting additional radar units. We paid for that. So now we have more radar units that we can do traffic enforcement with. So we're really focused on that. We're trying to curb that, and we've got those way before this incident occurred, because this has been an ongoing issue that we're trying to address. So we've reached out to other municipalities, and they've reached out to us, because it's not just here. This increase in the traffic, like I like to say, lawlessness throughout Miami-Dade County has been an ongoing issue. The county has really kind of pushed it up too. I spoke with some of their deputy district chiefs just today. And it's been ongoing on trying to get the enforcement. They've really used the Martin Luther King week with all the wheels up and to really address traffic heavily. 5 days prior to the traffic fatality, we actually reached out and we coordinated with North Miami Police Department, and they hosted with us a giant traffic enforcement detail. This included City of Miami, us, North Miami, Miami Gardens, Hialeah Gardens, the Florida Highway Patrol, you name it. Pretty much every agency was in this area, and we kept the corridor right here, and we had zero tolerance. Everyone that broke the law on traffic, speed included, was stopped, ticketed, arrested, and towed if needed to be. Our officers, we put more out, and we called a lot of reserves out, and we've really targeted that day. We ended up taking 3 to jail and wrote a bunch of tickets. They were able to bring prisoner transport vans, everything, just so we could focus and tell them how serious we are with the traffic. That was just 5 days prior to the fatality. So we'll go to the stats. We'll have them if anyone wants to get the specific stats for our officers wrote within our village, and then what also North Miami did as a collective total of every agency. So we're going to go into the traffic fatality itself. Unfortunately, it was a very tragic event. I was there personally with the county at each of the victims' next of kin to deliver the news personally to them. So it was it's very hard to do that. So I take that very, very serious, because that's the duty that we have to do. So this started in the city of North Miami. There was a hit and run vehicle crash. The Kia that had the fatalities took off from the incident. They fled. The victim from the hit and run followed them. He was on the phone with 911 when this occurred. They were trying to triangulate and figure out where they were and what was going on. They came off 125th and came on the Griffin. They came down Griffin, made a hard left onto 119th. They started speeding down 119th to take up. At that point, the driver lost control. We see the patterns on where he went off the road a couple times prior, and his front end hit some of the root kind of gross on the first tree, which made him lose control, and the front of the vehicle struck a second tree. The front of the vehicle broke apart, and the vehicle spun over into 520 at the driveway of the carport. Two of the drivers were ejected from the vehicle, died later on this at the hospital. Our police officers at the time of this incident was conducting traffic enforcement on Griffin, actually doing a traffic arrest, trying to curve it. I was actually with them personally, and we had set up and we were pulling everyone over that was violating the stop signs and speed and writing tickets when this occurred. Our officers were first on scene, and just to let you know, they did immediate life-saving measures. That at least a couple of the families were able to say goodbye to their loved ones prior to passing. So we take it very serious on that. The third victim, he perished inside the vehicle with the fire. It was an electric vehicle, so it just kept reigniting about 4 times. So there was nothing we could, our officers tried to get in the vehicle, but they couldn't get inside. So the scene was contained immediately. We have a mutual aid agreement with Miami-Dade Police Department to assist us with traffic homicides. It's a very specialized job. It takes a lot of training to be able to master that and pinpoint it. They still have the investigation going through it to get the exact speeds and everything onto that. From my training experience, it was a very high speed impact. Unfortunately, there's not much looking at it on all the traffic background I have. There's not much we could have done to prevent that specific crash. In a sense, as horrible and horrific as it is, thank God it was just a tree, because if they would have gone to 6th Avenue, I guarantee you it would have been a lot more devastating with another vehicle. So that kind of recaps. I know it's a little bit horrific to go through it, and it's hard to hear it, but that's what occurred with that traffic crash. There won't be anyone, I believe, again, this is the county's, we work the civil portion of the crash. They work the possible criminal on the traffic homicide. I don't believe anyone will be cited for the crash since all the occupants perished in the crash. So that kind of recaps our synopsis of the traffic fatality. There was another crash that occurred in a similar time frame on the road weeks prior to that with the North Miami utility truck. We did evaluate that, spoke to the driver. He has since been arrested by the police department on other charges. That one, again, is an individual that had other issues, but we're trying to address that and trying to get that kind of issue out of the village and arrested. So we're going to move to our statistics. We have, since I've been here, we've been able to increase about a 66.5% increase in traffic citations alone within the last year. That's about 831 tickets more than what we wrote in the previous year. So we really, again, focus on traffic. I've personally recruited a lot of troopers to come over and kind of bring that traffic mindset here, because that's what this village needs. So the chief has been on board. He's been very supportive of bringing that on, and we're really focused on that. So a couple of the concerns, one was the ticket ones. The second concern that was brought to the police department is the training. I kind of capped on that. All of our reserve officers that work here are fully certified law enforcement. We don't have any auxiliary. They're fully certified. They work one day, a 12-hour shift for free to the village and provide us extra additional officers. We usually have a staffing of 2 police officers on any shift, and that's the law. The law requires us to do that. So we have to balance within a police department a couple of different aspects. We have the crime rates and trying to reduce our crimes to keep burglary, thefts, and other incidents, and then also traffic and answering the calls for service, everything of that nature. So we try to balance that, and we try to make sure that we're seen and visible. We've really really preach a high visibility and we really preach our traffic enforcement. It's a very fine line with us as administrators because I can't tell a police officer to go write a ticket. It's against the law. But we do encourage citations. We do encourage enforcement of the law at all times with special interest to the traffic. The training that we do for the reserve officers, I know that was a question that was brought up to the chief. They receive all the same training that our regular officers do. So they have to do that in addition to their time when they come into the village. Halloween, we do one massive training day. We start probably almost 6 or 5 o'clock in the morning. The officers all come here, every single one. And we here all the way till we start the Halloween events and way after that. So we spend a day, we do a lot of medical training, a lot of traffic enforcement training, the new trends, everything that we can focus on. We do usually beat fire rescue to every medical call. So we do have AEDs. Last year, we had 2 saves with AEDs from the officers getting there prior to EMS. So we do focus a little bit on the first aid aspect because we're the first ones there to render aid. The next one is communication. Our communication, we haven't I guess advertised it to the community as much. We're working on that. We've been working very closely with the manager to get that information out. Every single shift, we have a corporal, which is equivalent to a lot of jurisdictions as a sergeant. That's our shift supervisor. At the conclusion of their shift, they submit a shift summary report. That report sent out via email chain to all the command staff, myself, the chief, and to the village manager. So we constantly monitoring every call, every ticket, every information that goes on twice a day per those shift reports. Each month I prepare a report of all the statistical data, our calls for service. It's drafted to the chief reviews it, and then it's sent to the village manager. Any critical incidents are immediately relayed to the manager. Whenever a major incident occurs, we come out to the scene, we address it, and we get emergency notifications out to the residents to let them know what's going on. We had it with the storms, with the bomb threat, anything like that, we immediately shut it down. We have those updates constantly flowing with the manager on what's going on through the chief's office. We're also looking at monitoring the Nextdoor app. We get a lot of our complaints from that, other than residents calling in. And we make sure we try to target those areas of concerns with the traffic. The reason that the police department is not usually open is we have a very small police department. So the chief's mission and vision is concierge service for us to be out on the road. We pay a salary of policeman to sit in a building, does no visibility for us. If we can have those policemen on the road, then they can do traffic enforcement, they can respond to services, they can be seen more often. So that's one of our big pushes. The Miami-Dade County, they control our dispatch center and they control our communications through the phone lines, all due to the emergency and switching over the lines. So even if we did have a police officer there, there's no communication of that going to the dispatch to get the officers there more rapidly. So the fastest way is to call through the county and have our units there out in the field. We have one of the fastest response times at any jurisdiction within South Florida. So that covers the 3 highlights and the concerns.
Sorry, Deputy Chief, if I can jump in for just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
With our new rollout, our new mobile app and website integration, we're going to be including a police blotter section, which includes some of the information coming from the shift summary. So we anticipate most likely weekly basis, you'll be able to see the citations issued, the stuff that's included in the monthly reports on a more regular basis.
Deputy Chief, thank you. Did you have anything else that you wanted to bring up?
Yes, sir. There's a couple of recommendations and statistical information that the chief wanted to include. There was a bunch of attachments that were sent to the commission for your approval and review. Kind of covers our stats from the last couple of years of everything that we've been doing. It covers our traffic enforcement stats. Also some news articles talking about that it's not just our village that is experiencing this. After COVID, they've seen an uptick, some of the highest upticks in traffic violations law enforcement has seen in any years. And I'm not sure if it's because a lot of people stayed home and they're getting back on the road, but we have seen that. So it's been kind of an ongoing issue. We've been working very close. Chief Mendez with El Portel has also been experiencing this. We sat with them. They just did a giant multi-jurisdictional operation also, targeting some of their main thoroughways. This upcoming month, we'll be working with them to target 6th Avenue going into their city with the Shores and with Miami. And we're trying to get the Florida Highway Patrol. They've been kind of stretched thin with their deployments to Texas and other issues. So we're going to try to get them. I've been speaking personally with Major Collado on that. So we're going to try to keep doing these multi-jurisdictional operations to target all and bring in other resources from other agencies into our area to try to address these issues. So all those attachments are there. We can answer any of those concerns if you bring them up.
I will have all of this linked in the alert section of the website for your review.
And then also the kind of the summary, the top priorities that the chief has for our department is number one is the public safety and the crime. We also, the traffic and the quality of life concerns, our community relationship. And we've also been working on a lot of the complaints on parking at the medians. We've been working very closely with Public Works. It's not the top priority. I'm not going to lie to you. Top priority is our public safety and the traffic. So we want to make sure that's addressed, and then parking is on that list. Some of the technologies that the chief has been exploring, we've been speaking with the Mr. Mayor and the manager on, is the LPR license plate readers, different stop sign cameras, closed circuit television networks, geofencing, the artificial intelligence, life view, flock, and gunshot detection. So these are all different programs. A lot of them are kind of newer technologies. There's been little presence legally if we can do it. We've been speaking with the village attorney also on the legal setting. So we're trying to figure out if we can install these and if they would work in our city. It's an ongoing process with that. The legislation for the school bus stop signs just passed, so that's going to give us some promising leads to be able to do this. Even if we can't legally issue tickets from it, it might be great sources to gather the data so that we know where the problem locations are throughout the village and be able to address them and have more officers there. So that covers the presentation. Just a recap on a couple of the issues from the residents concerning traffic. I made a lot of notes to go over with the chief. We are in the process. We just got them delivered to put trackers on all our patrol cars. The trackers are accountability, but also what we're going to do is it will track the frequency of our units and where they're at. So if we notice that 119th Street hasn't been patrolled very much, we can tell our guys, hey, we need more presence on this road. Make sure you guys are going through and stopping out there. So the trackers are more of a management accountability. So we do have those, and we are in speaking with the vendor to get them installed. We did buy 4 more radars thanks to the coordination with the manager to get those radar units out there. And as soon as we can get more personnel trained, we'll have more speed enforcement. But we've been really relying heavily on our guys that are certified to do that. We've been working very close with Public Works on moving and relocating the speed trailers. We got one that's down that we're trying to get fixed and start kind of moving. I don't think I've ever seen them move, so we are working on that. The vehicles that we just acquired, the 4 pickup trucks, those are in the process of getting the emergency equipment to be put on the road. The reason that we went with pickup trucks is they're cheaper than the Tahoes and other SUVs. Also with the flooding, we can put cones and other emergency equipment in the back and kind of get it around the village. So it's a kind of a double benefit to have those. They're also a lot cheaper in sense of the payments than what we were paying in vehicle repairs. Our repairs, these cars are breaking down a little bit faster than we can get them out there. The dilapidation of the fleet was a top priority. We've been working very closely. I just got off the phone with Mr. Hawthorne from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office on some donated cars. So we're working on that to try to get these cars out there because there's been times where we had to send reserve officers home because every car's in the shop. So we're really trying to focus on that. That's why there is a new fleet and to get the cars out there so that we can do our job. That's kind of covers a lot of the notes that I was taking. I do have other concerns to speak with the chief on, try to get our visibility out there, but any questions?
Yeah, so I'd like to open up our commission discussion with just a couple of points you make. I'd like to just get a little bit more information on if you have it this evening. And thank you for the update on the report and kind of giving us an understanding of where the department is with a lot of these things. Very quickly on this issue of trackers, moving speed signs, a lot of these things that we're talking about, we want to do these things, we want to improve visibility, we want to, pretty much everything you brought up. What I'd like to know is who's in charge of keeping track of this? You know, how can we know that a lot of these things are being addressed on a monthly basis? Now, that may come in the form of adding something to the manager's report every month, or adding something to the police report, something that we ask the department to come in and update us on some of these items. But is there a process by which the department is prepared to track the performance, I guess? And a good example is the trackers on the cars. If we look at the trackers on the cars, where the cars are going, and we see maybe 119th hasn't been addressed. So who's going to look at that and then say, let's get some cars to these areas? Do we have an understanding of how we're going to look at those?
Yes, sir. It's new technology that it came out from our fleet company enterprise. It should be able to put geofences up and alerts on there that would help us assist that, and it would be reviewed either daily or weekly from supervisors within the police department to be able to start addressing those issues. It's a very common technology like the highway patrol uses with theirs, and the supervisors will be able to pull it up and kind of notate and keep track of it. So it'd be something that we constantly are going to be monitoring throughout on the command level with the chief or myself.
Is that data that would be able to be shared as part of the monthly report? Is it tracked in a manner in which that
Yes,
it's
some of the data we would be able to provide. Unfortunately, the tracking data itself, due to the laws with the security of the police department on kind of how we operate, would not be able to be released due to criminal activity, or they start trying to track our units or find out where they are. So that kind of stuff would be restricted to within the department.
I understand. Sure.
Related question. The metrics that you showed that had an attachment that's pending for citations by year, I think this is essentially what you were asking. That data, we have access to that data, to just the raw data of incidents by month, maybe by officer. I don't know if the data would really go down to the location. I would just be curious to see what data we do have and if it could be reviewed by. I mean, I'm happy to take the responsibility of just assessing the data landscape and reporting back and seeing what kind of reporting might be helpful to try and get our arm around like a 5-year trend.
Yes, sir. If there needs to be a specific breakdown on the data, we do record a lot of times our traffic violations on 6 compared to the rest of the village as one of our highlights. We also look at speed and stop sign violations. We pull those specifically out to be able to track those highlights. Also, we do have the Florida DOT safety matrix, which was one of the attachments. Within that, it covers all the municipalities with the same similar population size as us. We're one of the few in the entire state that have no red at all. So we're one of the safest for traffic wise out of, there's maybe you can count on your hand how many other cities can share that. But traffic wise, we are one of the safest on that reporting aspect.
That was going to be another question, was what does success look like? And I think it looks, how do we compare to other people who are our comparables?
Sure, and that there's a value to that too, but there's only so much value in saying this municipality they're different than us, and what we're hearing is that it may not, it may look good, with data, but it may not look as good to residents.
Yes,
So that's certainly something.
Yeah, we could have the best data in the world, but if.
If we're still at, yeah, if
Yeah.
we're still living. we're-
So I just wanted, exactly, I just wanted to clarify one thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I brought this up a long time ago when I didn't know the reason for it, and a lot of residents have brought it up, and that is, if it's a non-emergency, why can't the police just pick up the call and just show up, right? So the answer to me was that anytime a police officer is dispatched, it has to be recorded. And that's the reason that it has to go through the county. Because it might not seem like an emergency to you. First of all, you're being dispatched to a situation, and second of all, that can escalate into an emergency. So everything has to be recorded, and that's the reason why you guys just don't pick up the call.
Yes, sir. So whenever an officer responds to any kind of call, dispatch is constantly monitoring them. They're keeping track of where they're at. They're keeping track of their safety. They do radio checks. You never know when it could be, one of my close friends, 4-year anniversary 2 days ago, was with the highway patrol, stopped out with a disabled vehicle. That's all it was, a disabled vehicle with a tow truck. The guy didn't like the price of the tow bill and shot the trooper in the head and killed him. So you never know what it may be, but that's why it's critical, because dispatch says, hey, where are you at? Where are you at? There's no one responded. Let's get more personnel there. So it may seem very minor of an issue, but for us, the dispatch is our lifeline. That's what keeps us alive. So it has to go through the county dispatch.
To follow up on that question, do we have the ability to look at some of the raw data, do some of our own, visualizations or anything like that, just for our own, I guess, edification, or for our own, maybe find some insights that will help tell the story of what's going on? Do we have access to that data, or is it warehoused externally and it's not really ours to look at?
Yeah, I'll jump in and answer that. If you let me know what specific data
Okay.
or what types of data you would like to see, we will try to make that happen. The process, we're undergoing a little bit of a change at the police department right now. The process that we've had up until now is 3 members of the command staff. We didn't have any sort of administrative assistant, nobody doing non-sworn duties such as data collection, data modeling, data review, things like that. With the commander's promotion to deputy chief, we are, instead of filling his commander or major position, we are hiring a non-sworn administrative assistant who will be able to work on that data. So now is the perfect time for you to let us know what it is you would like to see. And then as this new person comes in and we start building those processes, we'll be able to get you what you're looking for.
Thank you.
So on that point, I'm just going to take the last one, Commissioner Holland, based on the data request, because I think it has been an ongoing one for me. So this happens across all the reports, but we tend to see data based on the month that happens. So you're unable to understand how this is progressing. So you don't see, is it that we're getting more ticketed? Is it 25% more? Is it just 1 ticket a month? So when you have just on a monthly basis, then it limits that. So I had a conversation with the chief. I gave him an example. So to your point of how do we show it? And manager, you have it as well. Another city, that I found literally Googling, right? And this doesn't mean that we have the capabilities, but to the question, what are you looking up to see? It's a hard question because I'm like, what can you show, right? So you know what the capabilities are. What I want to know is how are we doing? Are we doing better? Is it harder for us to assess where we are if we don't have that data? So I did provide, I'm going to share with the rest of the commission the example that I shared about, I think it was Parker City, something like that. But it had a lot of stats and a lot of comparison month to month, et cetera. So I think there is something to be done, how we showcase the information that allows us to have a very quick conversation with residents in terms of, look, it's happening. There is definitely an impact. It's harder to pull that through the reports right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry,
to
go
cut
ahead.
you off. There is an Excel form that is in the attachment that you will receive that has all the data, I believe, for traffic wise from 2012 to current. You see very, very high traffic enforcement numbers right before about COVID. Then it's significantly dropping off. But then the recent about year and a half, we are in the rise of heavy traffic enforcement again.
And so on that point, I missed to say thank you. I mean, this presentation to me says a lot of the one-on-one I had about what I wanted to see. I think it answered a lot of the questions we heard about today. And it definitely gives you a better perspective of what's happening. And then I think the next step is, how do we see action and when do we actually sense it? So in terms of report and the whole presentation, to both the chief and yourself, thank you for doing this. I had a question about, and I'll talk to the manager about this code. I mean, this came up and you mentioned, I know residents mentioned, there is this ordinance that we are to be restricted as to how we block the exits of our homes and how vegetation can actually in a way, conducive to a lot of the accidents. And that was one of the things that was brought up by the chief when we talked about it. So what sort of an efforts and how do we prioritize within the concepts of safety, does code and police work around that issue?
I can jump in and answer that. That's purely a code issue. We spent last month, last month focusing on the driveway issues and a few other things. We're getting our folks trained up. We're getting our folks certified. The hedges specifically on 6th were brought up a couple of times as issues. That's something that's going to be top of code's priority list. We are close, but we're not there yet to be able to get out there and enforce all of these things. We're working towards that. I would anticipate, assuming certifications go through by the end of the month, we'll be able to afford more time for that.
Okay.
And Ms. Commissioner, I'll also include in that, any of our police officers that see a public safety issue blocking any signs or stop signs, we have, with the assistance of the manager, have Public Works respond immediately. I've known a couple off of 6 alone where we stop it and they come and cut it immediately to clear the stop sign. So whenever our officers do experience that and evaluate and any of the crashes as a contributing factor, Public Works has been bent over backwards to help us address it immediately on scene.
Wonderful. And my last question to you, and I know the rest of the commission has questions. The question was brought up as well in terms of the vehicles. So if you can clarify better, what is a normal shift look like? How many cars do we have available to us? And what is the reserve fleet specifically on the day-to-day? Kind of how do they work with the fully staffed officers that we have?
Yes, ma'am. So a shift usually has a full-time officer and a full-time corporal every shift. So there's 2 shifts. They run from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is the morning shift, and then the night shift 7 to 7. Wednesdays are kind of our Kelly days. That's the days that there's an overlap. So we have 5 part-timers. One's assigned to evidence to address all our evidence issues. The other 4 kind of supplement and cover the road coverage issues to make sure that we meet the minimum staffing of 2. On top of that, the reserves fill in a lot of the additional days to give us a 3rd officer. Almost the entire day shift is covered. We do have several reserves that cover the night shift and assist us on the night shift. So it gives us on average about 3 policemen a shift throughout the day. Our reserve fleet is about 2 to 3 cars that we have outside of our normal fleet. Right now with the maintenance issues and the breakdowns, they've been in the shop more than they've been here. So we are working with it. Right prior to this, the manager was assisting us with Dana Safety on setting up the 4 new vehicles. It takes about 4 to 5 weeks for the emergency equipment to come in. So we're in the process of taking care of that and getting those onto the road, which would help us have less time with fleet issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, please. First of all, thank you very much for that, and thank you for filling in. I wish the chief could have been here tonight. It's unfortunate that he couldn't be here, but it's an important meeting for him to have missed. So I'm glad you're here. Thanks. So we're going to talk about some other traffic topics, but I'm going to limit my comments here to the policing things. Couple of quick questions in your presentation. The certification that you're sending people to, are the reserve officers participating in that as well?
If the reserve, if there's openings, we can. Unfortunately, these classes are limited to maybe on a good time, about 30 officers, and that's for the entire region. So a lot of times when we put in for Broward, it's a different region than us, we get kicked out of the class. So we have to wait for, in Miami-Dade, the only regional training that is open to us is Miami-Dade College, Miami Police Department, Miami-Dade County Police. So we've been working very close with them to try to get the openings, but there's very limited radar instructors down here. So we may have to explore other options to sending them out of town. But we've been looking at that and trying to get that addressed.
Is it possible to bring a certification here?
It has to be trained by a certified training center regulated by FDLE. We could possibly push the college to host a class just for us and try to pay for it with an
Or
instructor.
maybe us in our village area?
Sister agencies around here. So we could push.
Whatever we can do to accelerate it.
Retired Chief Clemens from Miami Beach is now the new director of Miami-Dade College. So we've been working with him and having some meetings on what classes we would like to see, and that's been one of the pushes, speed measurement.
Okay. And if they're not certified for, this is for radar.
Yes, sir.
If they're not certified, just a regular officer on the street right now sees someone fly down 9th Avenue, are they allowed to stop them for speeding?
No, sir, not for speeding. They can stop them if they see, if it falls under our careless law or reckless law. Reckless would be criminal. It'd have to be 3 moving violations in a short period of time causing risk or danger to the public, or failure to drive in a safe and prudent manner and careless driving, but speed alone can't be careless. So they would have to articulate one of those statutes to pull them over for, but they couldn't legally stop them for speeding.
So a car can speed right past the police officer, and if they're driving in a straight line and not doing anything reckless, the officer can't do anything.
If they're not certified, yes, sir.
And if they are certified,
Yes,
they
sir.
don't have to have a gun in their hand. They're certified to visually determine that person was speeding.
Yes, sir. So what they can do is they visually observe it. They can still stop them for it because after the 40-hour training, they're deemed experts in speed. So they can stop them. Would it hold up in court? It's Miami-Dade, so it may or may not, but they could at least stop them and address the issue and write it off of their visual observations.
Little off topic. I was told once by a police officer sitting in this room before I was a police chief sitting in this room before I was a commissioner. I came to a crime meeting. Anything happens that I need to call the police, I should call 911 rather than calling the non-emergency number and let that operator determine if it's an emergency or not, that's the fastest way to get to someone, because the non-emergency number isn't always answered quickly, if at all. We have a number that doesn't get answered. I'm not sure why we have a number. I have it saved in my phone. I'm not sure why we have a number that isn't monitored. Can you just, for the benefit of people, let us know what we should do?
Yes, sir. If it's a non-emergency, it's recommended to use the non-emergency number for Miami-Dade Police Department. Unfortunately, due to staffing, from my understanding, is not a high priority to answer it. They answer the 911 calls first. I can't tell you to call 911 or not to call 911. If it's an issue that you deem to be an emergency, you can call it at any times. Everyone's interpretation of perceived danger or issue with a incident is up to them.
And sometimes the operator will say it's an emergency and treat it as such. And
Correct.
sometimes they transfer you to the non-emergency number.
Correct. Yes,
I've
sir.
experienced that
Yes,
myself.
sir.
Okay.
I can tell you from the Biscayne Park Police Department's aspect, I don't think we would ever address a dispatch call as an issue if they call 911 or non-emergency. We're going to answer it every time, and we're going to get there.
Okay.
So we're not going to hold it. No one should be scared to call 911 if they deem necessary.
Okay. Address this resident getting pulled over issue, because I've heard this from a lot of people that, at one point maybe we didn't ticket people who live in the village because they're residents. And I mean, I actually had a police chief tell me this too, because we don't want to ruffle feathers and blah, blah, blah. Is there a policy in the Biscayne Park Police Department that says let residents off the hook in any way if they're violating any kind of a law, including speeding?
No, sir, that's not a policy. It would be against the law. I come from a trooper's aspect where we would ticket our own mother. So that's what is pushed down to our guys. If you stop them, if it's that serious, then issue a citation or take care of it through whatever means.
And I ask because I see residents speeding, people I know speeding down the street, which to me sure this isn't legal. They should be double fined because they're speeding in their own neighborhood, for God's sake. Is it appropriate? Do you have a policy that says explicitly in writing, officers, to be clear, you treat everyone exactly the same, whether you see that they live in Biscayne Park on their ID or not? And is it appropriate to have such a policy just to make sure your officers are clear? You don't ever look the other way for residents. And if they want to complain, we'll take the complaint.
Yes, sir. I don't think we have a direct policy that mentions the villagers or non-villagers. Every officer goes through training yearly on discriminatory traffic stops and profiling traffic stops and treating every traffic stop as the same, regardless of who they are, where they are, what they did. So that training is yearly, is mandated by FDLE.
Okay, well, I hope that, I believe you when you say it, and I hope it's the case because I've heard people say that they were kind of told, just slow down, when they got pulled over. People who live here. Okay. Without revealing a whole lot of officer information, you kind of just did. I didn't think we ever said out loud how many officers are on duty at one time, but what can we do as a village, and what can this commission do for you to increase visibility during peak hours without negatively impacting off-peak hours? What do you need? Look, I'd live on a street where I see a decent amount of police presence, so I personally don't have any complaints about this. But I walk around the village and sometimes I don't see a cop anywhere. And I believe these people when they come in here and say, I see fewer cops than I used to. I don't see enough cops. Clearly, when you tie that to, someone brought it up, I think it was Danielle, I'm not certain, that it's not, it may have been you, Elizabeth, my memory. Look, metrics aside and KPIs and data, and I get it all, but we're 3/4 of a square mile. We're 3/4 of a square mile, and one end of it is a tip. And one side of it is a river and the other side is a railroad track. So we're not really porous except on one end and along one side. We're tiny, right? But the other fact is that all around us, this area is exploding with residential growth. I'm working on a map to bring in here to you guys to show you. It's mind-boggling when you look at a map of what's happening. Do you all get those things in the mail that say there's a zoning hearing, they want to put up a high rise, right? You only get it if you're within so many 100,000 feet or whatever it is of the project. So they're all around us. Tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands at this point of units going in, and each one is 1.5 cars, and we are surrounded. Biscayne Park is not growing. We're not expanding. We're not getting taller. We're not getting denser. We're quite the opposite. People are taking duplexes and turning them into single-family homes. But all around us, we are being bombarded, and we are just a cut through to these people. That is only going to get worse, and we're always going to be 3/4 of a square mile. What can you do to increase police presence, visibility, cars on the road, people seeing cops? When I see a cop, I don't speed. I'm like an old lady driving around. But when I see a cop, I crawl. What can you do to increase it, especially when you know it's happening? Because I can tell you it's people getting to Miami Country Day School. I see it. What do you need from us to make that happen?
Yes, sir. The new vehicles that we're getting, we're implementing the cruise lights. A lot of the cars don't have that, so that we're working very close with the manager to get that to increase visibility on that aspect.
Sorry if I can interrupt just one second. Cruise lights, when you see the police vehicles with the red and blues on steady, that's what cruise is.
So it's been a kind of a crime, because we have to balance between crime deterrence to make sure we don't get the crime coming in from these other areas and our traffic enforcement. What I would love to see is 2 part-time sole traffic units that work maybe 2 8-hour shifts and randomly circulate out throughout the week at different dates and times with no set pattern. Would like to see, but funding for that.
You're saying you would like to put 2 extra cars on the road just simply for traffic?
Yes, sir.
Can we get a proposal for that? What that would look like? I mean, look, if if our deputy chief, who's acting as chief here tonight, says that would make a difference, then I want to see that on a piece of paper in front of me and determine if we could afford that and how that, what that would look like. What's it hurt? Doesn't hurt to look at it. Would y'all like to see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you would determine where and when, and it wouldn't be dialing back at any other time. It would be in addition to.
Yes, sir. That way
Okay.
we don't take away from our crime deterrence and answering.
Would you like to see that, John? Would you like to see that proposal? Art? Yeah, exactly. I want to see it on, and yeah. Would you guys all like to see that? Let's get that, please. When can we get that?
And I will say that we have been working very close with the manager on that and trying to find the funds and resources to form that position. So
Well, we have the ability to move money around and squeeze, you know, a dime out of a turnip. And as a reminder to those of you who don't know, the police department is north of 40% of our annual budget. There's a lot of money in that budget. So maybe we need to take a hard look at it because, guys, I'm saying we should do this. But I asked him, he told us that would make a difference. Let's listen to him. Let's get something in front of us. Chris, when can we see that?
So just to make sure that I'm understanding what you're asking for, you want us to increase staffing but decrease the police budget?
I didn't say that at all, Chris. I asked for a proposal. Why don't you repeat what you said, what you suggested
Well,
would make?
Commissioner, I'm asking you just to make sure I'm on the same page and know exactly what you're
He wants
asking for.
2 additional officers, X number of hours a week out there patrolling specifically for traffic. We just want to see what that would look like, what that would cost.
Okay.
And all I said about the police budget was there's a lot of money in that budget. At a point, if we decided we want that to happen, we might say, cut this out. There goes pickleball. There goes the foundation picnic. There goes something because this is more important. That's all I said, Chris. I did not say decrease the police budget.
Well, as I bring the proposal forward, I want to have a few options for what those cuts might look like. So if you're
So-
saying we can pull them from other areas of the budget, that's what I'll include then as well.
Okay, so when can we see that? Can we see that in March? This is something that, look, there's traffic studies, closing roads, roundabouts. You've all heard me say it 1,000 times. It's an all of the above strategy to get this under control. And I'm so glad this is finally happening because you're preaching to the choir and some days I feel like I'm a soloist, okay? So I know Art and I have been here working on this and it's a crawl sometimes. So thank you for giving us the kick in the ass that we need. So, can we see that in March? I have no idea how long it will take you to get something like that together.
Sorry, I'm just jotting notes. Give me 2 seconds.
It can't be that complicated to figure out
I don't know.
what it would cost.
Deputy Chief,
So
is that something that you would be able to communicate to the chief for us? Having-
Yes, sir.
this is, I'm gonna jump in here. This is high level budgetary and whatnot. This is something I'll bring back to the chief. We should be able to bring a proposal to the March meeting indicating it for sure what the cost would be. Whether or not I'm gonna have recommendations on what we can cut at that point, I'm not sure. But we can certainly bring a proposal for what it would cost.
You can't get that, if you cannot get that included in it, Chris, I'm totally cool with that. I just want to see a proposal on what it looks like first. And if you have some of that to show to us, great. And if not, at least that's the first step. We have to know what kind of money we're talking about to make that happen. I have no idea if it's $50,000, if it's $500,000. I don't know.
I would just add to that, whatever the proposal comes in as your recommendation, you know, in writing to be evaluated with the budget, what does it get us? I think after that is, okay, what are we getting if we were to approve a budget of an extra $20,000? I'm making this up. What does it mean and how do you measure it? Because the worst thing that could happen to us is that we discuss it, March come, we approve it, and then we're like, how do we now know it's working? So it's a whole package. That's why I will consider you to say now if you're available to bring it on March. I think it's needed to be urgent, but it's also based on your availability to the data. But it has to be with what money it's needed to make an impact and how do you measure that impact so we can showcase it.
I'm gonna, if I
Absolutely.
can jump in for 1
Absolutely,
second
Darryl.
here. We do have to be extremely careful when we're discussing metrics and measurements. The reason is Biscayne Park came through a very dark time prior to our arrival, because they focused on those metrics. So we're gonna have to be a little creative with what we're measuring and how we're measuring it so that we don't go back down the road of, I expect to see 1,000 more tickets last month or next month than we did last month. So we'll figure that out. I'm just letting you know ahead of time, we have to step very lightly and very carefully on this.
Well, that's why I said, look, I was very happy to hear such a specific answer, like, bam, there's your answer. Great. I'm not saying I would vote to approve it now. I need to see it first, but whatever you think needs to be included in there, Chris, to how we measure the success, to Vero's valid point, that all has to be part of it. Okay, great. So there we have something we're going to work on immediately. Couple of other questions for you. I'll skip that one for now. Oh, explain really quickly the car situation, because someone brought up cars and cars leaving the village with police officers, and it's their vehicle. Can you explain how cars stay in the village versus cars leaving the village? Our vehicles. I'm sorry, our police cars, vehicles.
Sounds like the mic's off.
Okay. So all the paid employees do have a take-home vehicle, a standard practice for all the law enforcement agencies throughout Florida generally. The benefits of that is the ability to have officers respond rapidly in the moment. For instance, on that fatality, as soon as they got to the scene, I had to recall 6 policemen from the house to respond in the moment. So having the take-home vehicles gives the village that ability to have the officers respond. It also cuts down on like hot seating of vehicles, so they're running less hours. So if you have 2 cars and it's going to be the same 2 that are used every shift, then the cars are going 24 hours a day. So it wears it out the vehicles a lot faster. So the paid employees do have a take-home car for that matter. And it's for the most part, the officers take care of their cars a lot better than the pool cars.
And how many is that? How many full-time officers have vehicles?
We have, I would have to look at everything, but we have about 19 we have about 19 paid employees with take-homes and 2 motorcycles.
But they're not all full-time employees.
We have the 4 part-timers, and when the evidence part-timer does not have a take-home car.
And then the reserve officers drive a vehicle that's left here in the village.
Yes, sir.
Just want to clarify that because you had a question about that.
If I can elaborate on that, the reason that we are looking at new vehicles, our maintenance costs, so this is the repairing the existing police vehicles, last fiscal was $102,000, which is insane. So that's why you'll see the new vehicles, and we'll have additional ones coming from Palm Beach County.
Okay. Those are all my questions for him, but I have some other traffic things that I want to discuss. I'm assuming some of you do as well, but thank you very much. And I really appreciate such a specific answer to what would make this better for us. So, by the way, Chris, when you bring this to us in March, could you make clear how married we are to the option if we were to move forward with it? I mean, can we do it for 3 months and test a 6-month period? We should obligate ourselves to a year to look. I don't know. So tell us what you and the chief think would be the right period of time for us to either pull the plug on it or say, yes, it's working, continue, or ramp it up even. Because we're just, we're going to try something.
We can look at that. I will tell you, my gut reaction is with that as well. We have to be careful because we will be talking about hiring additional people. And I don't know that we would want to hire somebody on for a 30-day trial kind of a thing.
Well,
So I'll have some options for you.
Good point. Is it necessarily hiring new people, or could some of your part-timers move into these positions? Could some of your reserve officers move up and do more hours? Do we have options other than hiring more officers?
We could.
That's something that we'll be
That
presenting.
could be part of the presentation.
Yep.
Great. So maybe there's options there as well.
And I just want to share that's
We're gonna need the mic though to work.
Here, Deputy Chief, why don't you take my seat?
So you can take a seat for a moment.
That's a immediate answer that we could start like tomorrow type of issue. The technologies that the chief had in the presentation that he sent, those are also some other great options that we might be able to address and curb the traffic complaints. But those are all going to take time, with getting the technology out there, getting the legal parameters to see if we can do it, how we do it. But I just shared that as something that could immediately be done. We could maybe get the overtime or whatever we need to do and get the, in the meantime.
And those officers obviously would have to be officers that are certified in the speeding, whatever that's called.
Yes, sir. That's what I would focus on speed measurement device officers that could kind of focus on that.
That have that certification.
Yes, sir. For instance, El Portal Police Department just got a full-time traffic unit just designated for that.
For that purpose. Is this, and I should have asked this before because you came up with it pretty quickly. Is this something you and the chief have been discussing?
Yes, sir. We've been discussing different traffic options and how to curve it. It's been one of our top priorities. I think from probably 8 o'clock in the morning till 3 or 4 o'clock at night. We've been talking about traffic and the manager gets pulled into many of these conversations. So it's been an ongoing thing that very little sleep trying to be able to address this issue rapidly.
Well, look, I can't speak for the whole commission, but I can speak for me. I love hearing ideas.
Yes, sir.
You guys have ideas, please bring them to us. So you talk about them for a little bit and you want to bounce them off someone, you can come here and bounce it off me. So we're taking this seriously. They're holding us to task, right? They're going to hold us to task. So I'm all ears to whatever anybody has to suggest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Chief, unless there's no other commission questions at this point, thank you for the report. We appreciate the information.
Yep.
And we're looking forward to hearing from the department in the near future on how these things are progressing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So I do have a question for the manager, not for the deputy chief. Related to traffic, not related so much, somewhat related to the deputy chief's information. Communication was mentioned a couple of times. Is there anything within the planned app rollout that might increase communication with the department, other than the blotter that you mentioned already? I know you brought that up.
Increased communication as far as reporting issues or getting information?
I think getting in touch with with someone at the department.
Okay. We have to be very careful with how we do that. As the deputy chief said, any police officer call outs, any calls for service where they need to do something, that has to go through Miami-Dade County's 911 center. So we are going to have a few options in there. I believe we're looking at watch orders. We are looking at abandoned vehicles. And there were a couple other issues that can be reported because they're not necessarily, they don't require an immediate response. And we're going to be doing that through the app.
Okay, well, good to know that there's something being addressed with the app, because I know one of the items you mentioned in your storm report from the November report is there was an issue with communications with departments because people were out on the road, so they weren't around to answer.
Yes.
So what the app would be, what I think, when this wasn't through the app, this was a different solution that would push phone calls to a department where they were not present to someone that was able to be, well, someone that was in the field, someone that would be able to answer a call. So that was more or less where I was trying to connect the dots between the police departments and the other departments.
Yeah, I can speak to that. With our existing phone system, we have the capability to actually have an app on our cell phones. So when he calls into our desk number, get routed to our cell phones. And we can also call out using our desk phone numbers. So when we're talking about reaching Public Works Director or Code Director or the command staff for the police department, we will be able to just dial their desk number, and if they're in the office, they'll get it. If not, they get it on their phone wherever they may be. So it's going to add an extra way for us to get in touch with them.
That can't necessarily apply to the police department because of the issues having to be routed through the county.
Correct. That's for, as far as the police department is concerned, that's for internal staff to use to reach them. As far as the general public, we can't do that.
That would be at least useful for some additional methods and channels of communication with the police officer on duty.
Correct. That gives us the ability, me, for example, sitting in my office during a storm event, to be able to call whichever command staff is on duty and reach them immediately, saying we just received a resident complaint about X, and we can get somebody out there right away.
Remind me, what's the status of bringing that software into place?
We're currently being ghosted by our cell phone or by our phone company provider. We made this request several months ago. I've had emails back and forth, calls back and forth, texts back and forth. He's completely fallen off the radar completely. So I'm working on that. I don't have an answer. It should be as simple as pushing the app to us and we set it up. So as soon as I'm able to track him down, it should be within a matter of minutes we can get this going.
Okay. And is that an additional cost that comes with the service, or is that included in the service that we already pay for?
It's included in what we already pay for.
Chris, real quickly, I'm on the village website and there's a number here under police department. It says not open to the public. We know it's not open, but it does have the address. And then it says emergencies, call 911, non-emergency dispatch. And there's a number, which is the number I've had in my phone for years. Is that number here, or is that the county non-emergency?
That routes to county non-emergency.
Is the county. Okay, just want to be clear on that. Because there used to be a direct number to the police here, and I think people still have it and are calling it, because someone was even saying that on Nextdoor recently. They called you guys remember the police number? I don't even know where that call went. I don't know. I wondered if that was the number. Okay, fair enough. I have a couple of other traffic things. Are we going to continue talking about other things?
For a little bit, I think at least.
Okay, because we just discussed some police, the police involvement in all of this. And then Chris, in an earlier part of the meeting, talked about the Safer Street grants and the county's involvement in all of this. We need to consolidate all of this and figure out short-term, and it sounds like maybe we just got a short-term immediate kind of thing we can work on, maybe. We'll see what that turns into. But we need some mid-range and long-term goals as well. And I think we need a timeline attached to that. Otherwise, I'm afraid this conversation will end here tonight, and we'll do it in dribs and drabs and bits and pieces along the way and never really get this thing wrangled appropriately, because we need to figure out what we're going to do and what all the options are. So, Chris, what do you suggest to us for a plan to sort of wrangle the general topic beyond what we just talked to the deputy chief about?
We need to inform any decisions that we make with data. So I would say short-term plan, of course, we'll have what we just discussed at the March meeting. A medium-range plan next Thursday. We're sitting down with the capital improvement plan. I'm working on those priorities. My suggestion would be at that point, I'll include some of the technology options. Those are kind of what's considered force multipliers. We don't need an officer sitting at every one of those locations, and we can review them. So we'll have some of those in there for the medium term. Long term is going to be the SS4A Safer Streets for All grant. So I would say if you're looking for timeframes, we could. I don't know that we could have a proposal in time for the March meeting. As far as the medium term, possibly the April meeting would be more appropriate for that.
For the grant or the study?
No, that would be for the medium term solutions, the technology purchases.
Okay.
The long term, we have no control over, unfortunately. I was expecting a couple of Zoom sessions 2 weeks ago to advise us on the next steps. Being this is brand new, nobody's done it before, we have nothing to go on. We just kind of have to wait for them to get back in touch.
There is one suggestion I would like to make. I've brought it up before, and I think it's worth bringing up, and there are some people who are very much on one side or the other of this. Biscayne Park used to have a program. I don't know if it was actually a program, but we had a reputation in the area. Don't even think about speeding. Told the story a million times. I moved to North Miami in 90, whatever it was. Blocks, walking distance from where we're sitting right now. And when I moved there, and I moved from South Beach. So people told me, don't speed in Biscayne Park. If you go to the Miami Shores Publix, don't speed down 6th Avenue. They'll get you. And there were signs everywhere, and that reputation hung on us. And for good or bad, don't even think about speeding. He doesn't even live here. He lives in North Miami. Don't even think. Oh, that's right. You moved here. I'm sorry. I forgot. But you knew, right? Don't even think about speeding. There was enormous value in that. Now, it doesn't stop people. It's not a radar gun. It doesn't write a ticket. But let me tell you, with all these people moving in around us, I think it's something we need to consider addressing, because it worked for me and people knew it. How many of you here Loved that reputation that we used to have. There you go. You know, a little bit of scare tactics. Now, I was told that it ended. Part of the reason it may have ended was because of the racial profiling issues that we had here with the police in Biscayne Park, and we didn't want to do anything. See, I say those words out loud and people kind of like, oh God, don't say that. It happened. We own it. You know, Google us and what pops up. But it doesn't mean you can't, to Amy's point, Amy left? It doesn't mean you can't move forward with these other things. Just make sure your cops are playing right. That's all. I love that reputation, and I think there's value in that. And I think we need to reclaim that as part of the all of the above strategy. It's not a roundabout. It doesn't slow people down. It doesn't do a lot of these hard things, but I think some of the soft things matter as well. What say you guys about that? Because that is something we don't need the county's, oh, maybe Chris, you'll tell me we do. Do we need the county's approval to put signs up at all of our entrances? Don't even think about speeding. Welcome to Biscayne Park. Don't think about it.
Still do have a few of those signs.
We have a couple.
Mhm.
They're old and faded. We have a couple.
So I will say, we can certainly make that happen. I would need the
Their
funding,
permission.
I would need the funding to post an officer pretty much at every entrance. So we can certainly do stuff like that. It's just gonna come with
At
a
every
cost.
entrance for.
If we want to get the reputation of don't even speeding through here, we need to have some teeth behind that.
That's what I'm saying. The signs are part of it. I understand we're going to add teeth in other ways and we're going to address, you know, we're going to add teeth, cops. We're going to address traffic flows and entry points and volume. But then there's that soft thing, that reputation. We don't need cops at entrances to put signs up all over the place that everyone sees and goes, oh, shit, I'm sorry. I can't speed here in Biscayne Park.
So I'm sorry, I guess I misunderstood. Are you interested in creating that reputation, or are you asking about putting signs up?
The
Those are
signs
different.
help create the reputation. Yep. The signs did it. Now, everyone knew that the police would get you as well. While we work on that, the signs remind everyone look, for people who are moving into all these places up here off 125th, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people, and over here on the other side of the tracks, and over here in Miami Shores, and they're going to start cutting through here, and they don't know they're in Biscayne Park. They never heard of us. They don't know where we are. They couldn't find us on a map to save their life. They just know I can go down that street, 10th Avenue, and I can fly down that street. They need to know I entered a different place, and these people aren't joking. That's what the signs say. They don't add teeth, but they do contribute to the reputation. I would like to hear everyone else's opinion on that, because when I lived there, I was afraid of Biscayne Park
Yeah.
and I didn't go here.
I'm not a huge fan of promoting that fear in a way. I understand what it does, but I am more of a supporter of build the actions and the reputation will come. I'm going to tell you, I'm still getting people to tell me that that's what they know Biscayne Park for. So I think whatever's done already, it's created that sort of a persona of Biscayne Park. Be careful because you're going to get a ticket.
Do you hear that from people?
Yes.
'Cause what I hear is it used to be.
No. So,
That's what I see, heads nodding. It
So-
used to be.
so
but
I'm
it's-
telling you that again, this is
Exactly.
my point of view. I've heard people that have that attitude. So I'm going to read you. We had a lot of debate among ourselves talking about what the values of the village are. And I think these are the moments that are important to highlight when we think about what sort of a tone, because this is a tone, this is a branding tone that will be taken. And I want to be very, very careful on how we address it. That's why I'm not super in support, but respect was one of the values. And it says, we responsibly communicate and we treat everyone with dignity, kindness, and fairness. At the Village of Biscayne Park, we embrace ethnic and personal differences and promote inclusivity. I want people to know that they can go through Biscayne Park and feel safe. And I think we need to do that by action. And hopefully the reputation will come, right? So I'm not super pro for putting more signs. I think let's build it with actions. We're going to have a plan presented to us that we can implement. And hopefully that kind of automatically comes after that. Thank you. That's my 2 cents.
What's everyone else think on that topic?
Whatever it may be worth, I've been going to county events, League of Cities, things like that, and these are elected officials. They may not be residents of other municipalities. I've actually heard the same. People will come up to me and say, "Oh, we don't speed through Biscayne Park." I mean, it's great. It's great to hear that there are people out there that still associate with us, with that. I wouldn't be, I don't think that I would object to hearing what it would cost maybe to increase some of the signage at some of the more needed places, or some of the heavier, I guess, heavier trafficked areas coming in and out of the park. Might be worth looking in to see what it would cost to do.
I just think it should be at every entrance point.
Well, maybe we could get quotes on what the signage would cost to do it at each of those. I'd be interested to see what is it gonna cost to do this at these places, what it would cost us to do it at all of them. All of them, it's a lot. But I would be open to the idea of seeing what it would cost us.
$400 per sign.
How many signs?
Yes.
So
As we had this discussion, we just did this with no parking signs. It's about $400 a sign to have the sign, the post, and have it installed.
Well, look, and then if we have 50 entrance points, which I don't think we do, I could be wrong, that would be $20,000. Is my math right? 50 times 400 is $20,000.
Look to John, please.
Exactly. And we have a number cruncher up here now. Now, this is nice. So look, 50 signs, $400 each, that's $20,000.
That 20,000 could.
We
go-
drop $20,000 and change out of our pocket doing stupid things every day. So, I mean, I don't think that sounds like a whole lot of money to me, if that's the math, kind of math we're looking at.
Listen, we just saved 10,000 by not joining that lawsuit, so there's 10,000.
But we didn't exactly save it, because we weren't spending it. It's not exactly the same.
So,
If the issue is as pervasive as I think we all know it is at times, wouldn't some of these cameras and, the automated enforcement measures, at the four-way stops that check for people, coasting through the stop signs or people speeding, sounds like it would fund itself. Like
Those
anything we
types of
want to
measures.
do, and I'm sure there's got to be precedents out there like that we could research to find out, does this actually work? Can you actually increase fund an increase in your police department?
Got to stop for just 1 second. Sorry, Mr. Attorney.
If I may interrupt, the speed cameras, the statute that was passed only deals with school zones. So
I understand, but I'm just saying from a policy
So
perspective.
I can tell you that I know of at least one jurisdiction in Miami-Dade County that is using them, or at least they were using them at one point. They were not issuing traffic citations. They were sending just notices saying, we know you're speeding. And so.
Well, let
and-
me, I apologize. I don't want to.
No, go ahead.
But the program, coming back to the program, the program is kind of double faceted. One, it would issue a warning to say, we know you're, in this case, not stopping or rolling, and in the only jurisdiction that we received any data on, they said they saw like a 10% stoppage, full stoppage to 95%. Of course, they're going to tout their improved, their.
Actually, I think Miami Beach was one of the first jurisdictions down in South Florida that was.
Red light cameras?
Not red light cameras, to implement speed cameras.
I see.
But they were not using them for enforcement purpose. They couldn't use them to actually issue the citations. They were using them, they were just sending notices. The systems linked to DHSMV so that they basically are a license plate reader with a speed measuring device.
Right.
And the camera captures if the vehicle is at either stop sign or speed generated, it will take a picture of the license plate. The software reads the plate, gathers the information from the DHSMV website, and then generates a notice. It's operated probably by the same companies that are doing the red light cameras, but.
So there are still several things we have to discuss with respect to that potential solution. I like the potential, so we'll see. And the idea in bringing up the buses was that there's the precedent in that these are being used, they're in school zones. Of course, I don't think we want to be a case of first impression on a challenge to a stop sign camera, but regardless,
You do not.
No.
I can show you the cases.
I
Florida with red light cameras.
yes, but just coming back to the point at hand, because I don't want us to lose sight of it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I jump in for just 1 second? I just had a idea or brain fart. I'm not sure which. There are speed radar signs that, number one, like we have out here on 6, flash the speed that you're going. They do make models that flash red and blue as well. Those do gather data. So those give us vehicle counts, vehicle speeds. One suggestion, one potential way to handle this is My email is villagemanager@biscayneparkfl.gov. Shoot me an email with the areas of concern, and then we can draw up a proposal that shows what the cost would be to install these types of cameras in those locations. It would provide immediate relief theoretically, because now you're gonna have red and blue flashing, but it will also help inform us and guide us on the longer range studies, because it would give us that data at those points, and then it'll be up to the commission to decide which locations to install those cameras.
Be interested in seeing a proposal on what it would look like and what it would cost. The other question, of course, would be, do we need county approval to put something like that in?
For those, we typically don't.
All right.
We
well,
add that to the list for next week's conversation about traffic. It's gonna come up.
I can give you ballparks next week. I'm not gonna have hard costs next
Okay,
week.
that's fair. I'm happy with ballparks. Now, back to the don't even think about speeding signs.
So the idea being, I think we have two things, at least right now, that the manager's gonna bring to us. And I know we've been talking about this a long time, and we haven't even touched any other stuff on the agenda. So
we gotta
at the risk of sounding unpopular, and I don't want to do that, is I think we do need to move on, but we have a couple of things that are gonna come to us next.
Well, I would like
Well,
to
so
hear
what I
you
was-
guys agree, like, let's get for March, let's get a cost for one sign at every entrance. This
So
is
that's-
sort of max it out.
What I was gonna recommend,
Okay.
that we get the traffic officers adding, we get the cost, the ballpark cost on what it would cost to add those flashing signs. I'd like to see a proposal on what it would cost to get those signs installed again.
And that can be for March.
Right, and then the final issue with this is that we're getting together next Thursday to address our capital improvements project, to work with Alan on our strategic plan, and we know traffic's gonna be at the top of the list. So we are going to, it's our responsibility just as much as it is the police departments to supplement and help them and give them the tools that they need to better enforce. So we know that next Thursday, we're going to be addressing this again, and we're going to be talking about things that we can do within our budget to help the police department and help alleviate traffic. So we've got three things that the manager's come back to us, and we're going to be together next Thursday with this.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Thank you. So guys, listen, this is all great talking stuff. We're really good at talking stuff, right? And here we are talking again. So here's how I would approach this, all right? We need a short-term quick solutions. We need a mid-range solution, and we need a long-term solution. So the signs, short-term solution, the flashers, which work great, by the way, because on 103rd Street, every time I come down there, I'm going like 35, it's 30, and I slow down because, oh shit, I'm passing the 30 miles an hour. It works fantastic. Those things are amazing. Another short-term solution. Then you got to get a mid-range solution, the police situation, long-term solution, or longer-term solution, the speed bumps but we have to start somewhere. Let's just start. Let's move the needle. Let's not just continue to talk about this, because we're going to be talking about this in March and then in April and so let's agree to, hey, look, I think the science coming back is a fantastic, let's do that. The flashers, amazing. Let's do it. Let's move the needle.
Yep.
And so let's get going.
No, I think I feel like we're all committed, and he's gonna bring back, next week, we have another conversation. In March, he's gonna have two specific things that we could say, go, So, yeah, I'm ready to pull the trigger on some stuff when it makes sense.
We're not pulling the trigger in March on the police situation. We're just going to look at it, review it, talk about it,
If
and
they move forward with it and start the process.
I think
We have to see what
it's going to cost a lot of money. But
right, we'll see what it looks like.
Yeah.
And what it looks like.
but again, that's not going to be a quick. I think that we just need to funnel and just move.
We've got a couple of hard things that are coming back to us in March, things that we can actually look at, we can evaluate, and we can determine how we want to move forward with it. And we're going on Thursday to talk more about this with Alan and identify to Alan, these are issues, and we want to talk about what we can do through through our capital improvement projects to make this work. So I think that's the end of where we have come with the traffic discussion. I feel pretty good on what we're going to be looking at. And I think it's been a productive conversation, and thank you for everyone else that stuck with us here through it all, and for everyone that came and left. So if I have a majority here, we'd like to go ahead and move on to our ordinances, because we got a couple other things we got to get done, and it's already after 9 o'clock. So thank you, everyone. So let's go ahead and move on to our ordinances now. Item number 10. Mr. Attorney, would you please read ordinance number 2024-02 onto the record for us?
Yes. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 4, Officers and Employees of the Code of Ordinances of the Village of Biscayne Park by creating a new section titled Indemnification of City Officials, providing for definitions, providing for indemnification of city officials and employees while acting in the course and scope of their official duties, providing for inclusion in the code and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Is there any public comment on this ordinance before we move forward? No, okay, just making sure. Okay, I have none here, none on Zoom. Could we get a motion or a second to approve the ordinance?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
2024-02 for discussion.
Okay, and we have a second. Move this into discussion. So very quickly, Brad, I'd just like to touch on something that we had discussed prior to today. I don't know if you'd had an opportunity to speak with the carrier and just to identify the issue. I think our insurance carrier had, I don't know if it was voiced a concern or made just a comment that we were codifying Florida statute that's recommended that discusses caps on the indemnification. Do we have clarity on that?
So the manager did forward the draft of the ordinance to the village's insurance carrier to make sure that it wouldn't affect any coverages, any exclusions, or anything like that. The carrier did make a comment that we were codifying, which I don't know that I necessarily agree with his interpretation, but he's saying that we're codifying Florida Statute 768-28, which is this sovereign immunity and the limitations for what a municipality, what judgments can be entered into that I'm tongue-tied, sorry. It's the limitations and privileges and exceptions for what the limits are for judgments that can be entered against a municipality and the municipality having to pay it without a claims bill. The purpose of why it was in there is I wanted to make sure that the village's liability, there was nothing in here that would be perceived by a court at a later time to be waiving those limitations as it relates to state actions. I have not had an opportunity to reach out to the gentleman who made the comment to see exactly what he meant, but I will do that in between first and second read.
Okay, I think that I read it the same way. I'm not giving a legal opinion here, but I think I read it the same way, that I don't think we were codifying. I think we were just implementing the caps. So that was really the only question I had, and am satisfied with us clearing that up between first and second. But I'll open it up at this time if there's anyone else that would like to comment.
I have two notes from the last meeting. I just want to, I think you may have just addressed one. I had a note that Chris was going to confirm that we meet the statutory limit of the policy. Is that what you confirmed? And we do?
We do.
Okay. And you were also going to confirm that the rate won't go up by adding staff on?
Also confirmed.
Great. That's it for me.
Have any other discussion items for this ordinance? No? Okay. So then, Madam Clerk, can we call the roll, please?
Mayor Groff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Holland.
Yes.
The item passes on first reading, 5-0.
All right, fantastic. Okay, so that's our only ordinance, so let's go ahead and move on to our resolutions in item 11. Mr. Attorney, would you please read resolution 2024-05? Okay, do I have a motion, a second, to approve the resolution?
I made a motion to approve.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, so let's go ahead and move it to discussion, and Mr. Manager, if you can just remind us the purpose of the resolution, please?
Yes, we currently have, there is one John Deere dealer in the area that can service our tractor. Our current purchasing requirements, according to our attorney, require us to go out and get the three bids, even on repairs, not just purchases. We're unable to do that with this particular situation because it is just one dealership. So we're asking you to go ahead and waive the requirements of getting those three bids so we can get it repaired at the single dealership.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do we have discussion item on this resolution?
I just have one question. How do you get such a specific price for a repair? When I take my car to the repair shop, it's like, I have no idea. I mean, it could be 1,000, it could be 3,000. How do you get such a, with 11 cents, how do they know exactly the cost of this repair?
If it's a dealership or a large corporation, I'm sure it's by the book. I'm sure they have a set number of hours for a set time of job. These parts, that's the cost. They just spit out a number, and it might take them less time.
I'm
might
gonna
take
have
them
to
more
start
time.
going there.
Yeah. That's my hunch. Chris, am I right about that?
Yep, that's absolutely correct. This is a John Deere dealership, so they know the part cost and they know the labor cost for pretty much everything.
Any hidden surprises here? Oh, no, but your muffler, you need a new muffler and
Air
none of
filter.
that stuff?
Not unless we want to paint it pink.
May I? Okay, so I have some questions and thoughts about this. Look, we have very conservative rules about spending money in this village. I support that. About how money can be moved around in the budget, about how money can be spent, how bids have to be placed. Part of the reason is we're such a tiny little village with a tiny little budget, and I know people are thinking it's $3,000, get the tractor fixed. But there's a reason why we have these things in our rules to get competitive bids to make sure we know what that we're paying the right price for something. So it concerns me anytime we step out of that. And I've said this every time that any manager has brought stuff to us to sort of step outside of the rules because it concerns me. And we're putting a lot of trust in something that, quite frankly, I don't know all the answers to. So I didn't realize that there's only one John Deere dealer in the area. So here's maybe a dumb question. Do we have to take this thing to a John Deere dealer? I mean, can't you take it to all kinds of other repair places that repair vehicles and?
Don't take it to my shop.
I didn't say to take it to some chop shop. I'm saying, does it have to be, does it have to be a John Deere dealer?
It has to go through the dealership. The benefit of going through the dealership is the warranty coverage afterwards. They warranty the part as well as the labor. So if something goes wrong later on down the road, it's covered. We could probably find some mom and pop shop down the road to do it. It'd probably be about the same cost, maybe a little bit higher actually because of the markup. So if you want me to do that, I certainly can. We just have to spend additional funds moving it around to these dealerships and be okay with waiving that warranty coverage.
Now I understand that. I like competitive bidding an awful lot. It's just make sure we're minding things properly. That's true. I'd rather have the 8 sides. Right now, I'm really concerned about the sides. Okay, that's my only comment.
Okay, do we have any other commission discussion on the resolution? No? Okay, so let's go ahead and move the resolution to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do I get to vote?
So,
I was voting no. No.
okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item 11B. Mr. Attorney, could you read resolution 2024-06 on the record for us?
Right. A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving an amendment to the agreement with CAP Government, Inc. for the purpose of deleting the provision regarding outsourcing of code enforcement services and adding the complete outsourcing of building department services, authorizing the village manager to execute said agreement, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, great, thank you. And do I have a motion and a second to move this to discussion? Okay, do we have a second? Okay, second, so let's go ahead and move it into discussion. Mr. Manager, is there any introduction that you'd like to give to the item?
Absolutely. We currently have an agreement with CAP to provide both code and building services. The agreement can be dialed up and dialed down. What I mean by that is right now we have a 75% arrangement with CAP whereby they get 75% of the fees for things like permitting and inspections and reviews and things like that. we retain 25%, but from that 25%, we pay a building clerk. We currently essentially outsource 100% of building as it is. The building clerk is a CAP employee. She is not our employee. The only strange thing is, like I said, that 75% arrangement where we're keeping 25%, but then giving it right back to CAP to essentially pay for her. So this is not changing what we've had since we signed that CAP agreement as far as building is concerned. This just cleans things up a bit. Rather than us retaining that 25% and figuring out how to get it to CAP to pay their employee that actually sits in our office, we're just eliminating all of that. So it all goes to CAP. We still have the same people. We still have the same services. The second half of this has to do with code enforcement. This too can be dialed up and dialed down. We went to CAP, I believe it was a little over a year ago, perhaps 18 months ago, saying, help us out with code. They provided us a code manager on site for about 32 hours a week. We pay them for this service. What I'm proposing that we do, and that I've presented to the commission previously, is let's in-house all of code. So we're going to dial down that arrangement instead of having them provide the bulk of code services, or we're going to turn that off and we're going to provide our own code services. After crunching the numbers, we actually make out ahead. I'm assuming by about $10,000, between $10,000 and $28,000 a year, by bringing that person in-house and not going through CAP. So we do have CAP representatives here tonight if you have specific questions for them. Otherwise, I'll happily answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I do have a question about the building. The 25%, was there any portion of which that we were keeping of that 25%?
Essentially, no. It's a little bit wonky in building because it typically goes, the course of a project goes over several years oftentimes. So it's not possible for me to say specifically this dollar stayed here, this dollar went there. But the end result, the bottom line is no, we're not.
We can't make a profit, is my understanding from the building.
Correct.
Regardless. So,
Correct.
So where that money goes, or woo, I don't know. Where does it go?
He's going to building, pays for building services.
Right, exactly. So there's no profit to the city for the building department.
Well, except that it then can flow back towards the residents because we can adjust our fees. So go ahead and finish your question though, but I just want to remind you of that part of it. It's like, it's all based on, see, it's like a moving, I'm sorry. It's like this is a moving target because it's a split based on the building fees. And that's not a set figure. So we can't project exactly what that's going to be. We take a guess every year when we do the budget. But just to be clear, Chris gave a background on this, but the one thing that was missing in that is that while yes, that money is, that 25% is going back to CAP to pay for the clerk that sits over there, that's their employee, that was not how this was supposed to work. That was a temporary stopgap measure. That employee is supposed to be ours. We're supposed to employ that person. And at a certain point, it was Mario, remember, said we're going to use a CAP person. You didn't bring her in from CAP, did you, Chris? That you inherited that relationship, right?
All of this was set up prior to my arrival.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So remember, guys who are newer up here, that's not how this was intended to be. It wasn't they keep 75%, we get 25% and give it back to them for their employees sitting over there. It was that 25% paid for our employee who sat there, who managed our relationship between our building department and the vendor who does all the inspections and all the plans and everything. So that's what it was supposed to be. It morphed into this in what was supposed to be a temporary way that has now become permanent. So let's make sure everyone understands it's not exactly, I'm not saying Chris misled us. I'm just saying that that's not what it was supposed to be initially. That's what's happening now, but it's not what's supposed to be. And I don't think that's even what's in our budget, is it? In our budget, it still shows an employee and benefits and all of that, correct?
In our budget, it does show the benefits, yes.
Yeah. So in our budget, that person lives as a human being employed by the village. So there's that. And then I have a sort of a philosophical challenge with this. It's kind of to some degree, and don't take this personally, CAP folks back there. I'm not talking about CAP. I'm just talking philosophically. It's kind of the fox guarding the hen house. It's they're overseeing themselves basically, and they're all the work that's being done here that goes to them. is kind of all separate from us. And it feels like we are outsourcing the whole thing, and it feels like our eyes may be off of the prize here. Construction is still going very strong in this village. There are tear downs here all the time. And lots of big new construction going on, bringing in enormous amounts of revenue. And I'm not certain how all that money looks because we can't know, because we don't know what's coming down the pike. So it just kind of concerns me, like maybe is this, while it looks good financially now, would it be, given the building that's going on? And then all of this is based on, it's a percentage based on a fee schedule. And the fees are paid by these people, not by us, right? So, you know, Tiffany decides to put a pool in her backyard. Tiffany's paying the fees that CAP is now keeping 75% of, and we're keeping 25% of, and now CAP will keep 100% of it. So it's resident money. My question, Chris, is I don't see anything in here, unless I missed it, about the fee schedule. What's going on? What's going to happen with our fee schedule, and who's going to set that, and who has control over that now and moving forward in this relationship? Because that's what impacts them.
Correct me if I speak incorrectly, but CAP does need to come to us for fee changes, correct?
I just want to bring up one.
Because all of this is based on a current fee schedule that I thought we needed to address.
So I have a point, and that is that historically, having been involved now for a little while, and you understand the issues with management in the village, right? So historically, we've had some issues with our building employee, right?
With what, I'm sorry, Art?
With our building employees. So the person that we had there that was from the building department prior to, and I mean, from what I remember, we had a lot of issues with that employee, right? So we, the city, the manager, would have to manage that employee, right?
Sure. That's
Right, exactly, exactly. So if we were to hand it off to them, now they're responsible for their employee instead of us managing. So I'm not saying that we can't do it. What I'm saying is that historically, we've had issues with our building department, a lot of issues with the persons that we've had in the building department. Currently, I don't know if that's the issue, but prior to the situation with Mario handing this off to CAP, we had a lot of issues with previous building officials that we had running that department. And I don't know the reason for that. I don't know if it was just not managed properly. I don't know. So that would be my only concern.
Understood. I remember there was one, I'm trying to think who these people were. I remember there was one that there was some issues with, and then I remember there was one that I thought everyone was really happy with.
So whose responsibility is that the employee performs?
It's ours. If we keep it in-house, it's ours to manage.
In any case, is ours, because the vendor is contracted by us.
Right.
So for me,
We don't have control over them.
of course we do.
We have control with the vendor, not with the
Yeah,
employee.
but here's the thing. So for this is how I see it. But, and again, this is an item that I really appreciate you guys discussing. You have history on this as well. And is one that I didn't fully understand. So all this discussion fits into, for me, it's very useful. Thank you. At the end of the day, the vendor, we pay contract, and here represented to tell us how everything's going and what the suggestions might be. Looking forward to hear you, but we have a certain amount of money. And as a matter of fact, I asked our finance company to send me the 2021 to 2024 budget for building is zero, which is, I guess, to the point of we don't keep anything, right? It's a pass through. So at the end of the day, we are responsible that the service is provided. So if the employee is not performing, if we are poorly assessing, the process in a way that it takes longer than it should be, it's our problem. So my main question is, who is overseeing CAP? Who oversees CAP? So I'm going to answer again. Correct me where I'm wrong. But this falls in the manager's lap. It is another contract, and it is another vendor for which we pay a lot of money, or as a pass through a residence. But again, this is the village, and our residents coming through to make sure that as a pass-through, you're able to enter the village to provide the service. Now, how the service is provided, it's on us to make sure is delivered. So would that fall within your scope of management?
That would, yes, as complaints or compliments come in, CAP is extremely responsive. That would be in my communications to them, letting them know, A, we're having this issue, B, we're having this, an issue with this specific person, or as has been the case recently, they're doing a phenomenal job, keep it coming. That would fall within that would be under my purview to reach out to CAP. Ultimately, the commission can say, at the end of the day, we're done with this contract.
So say we can transition to the fact that we would have an employee currently sitting there that is 100% under the village scope and not CAP, or vice versa, because what you're proposing is the entire department goes to CAP. Right now, 25% of that pays for the salary of the building clerk, right?
Yeah, all building employees right now are CAP employees.
So at any time in the past as well, right? Is that correct? There wasn't a moment where this wasn't employed by CAP. It's always been CAP. No? Okay.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
And do you remember, just before I forget, do you remember the reason why we ended up having to hand this over to CAP?
Memory serves, we weren't happy with what was going on over there, and there was a change made. I don't remember if it was voluntary or not, and we needed someone right away. That's what I recall. Could be wrong.
Got it. So for me, that was my main question that I'm still trying to figure out how to answer. It is a contract. At the end of the day, you still are to provide, whether the employee is ours or not. To be honest with you, it's not so much that it concerns me, because in any way has to represent what we expect as service. If we've had issues with service, we'll address it with you. If you're the vendor, we'll address it with the manager in any way. If it's an employee that you need to train or, needs to be terminated, whatever needs to happen. So I'm excited to hear your presentation.
I just want to ask also while you're there, if you don't mind, do you guys know why we ended up handing that part off to you? Do you remember the reason for that? Huh?
So
And we didn't replace her. Yeah.
Okay, is that, okay, all right.
So through the chair,
Go
Luis
ahead,
Perez
please.
Codina, CAP Government, and I'm here with Carlos Delpino. Thank you for having us. So we appreciate our partnership here with the village, and specifically, I wanted to address something that was brought up earlier. We did come in through contract after a competitive solicitation through the RFP that was put out. And we have been under contract since it was awarded on August 16th, 2022 by you all. I believe there was a point made on fee schedules. That's not something that, I think there was a question towards.
Question is whether you have to set that, or you can set that independently, or if you have to come to the commission to set the fee schedule.
We don't.
We lose the mic again.
I apologize. We're having issues with that technology tonight. Would you care to come? Thank you. Yeah, there's an available microphone. Absolutely.
You got a spot.
Can I put in a request for more technology money?
Or tennis request?
Thank you. So as far as fee schedules that the jurisdiction sets, that's not something that the vendor sets, that the consultant sets. We propose through competitive solicitation our services, our levels of service, and you contracted with you all for that service. In terms of the valve that Chris mentioned earlier, we can provide our services on an as-needed basis based on demand. And that's what we've been doing. As far as, I'm not sure if I've answered all the questions. I think there was a. Yes.
Okay. So you're telling us that we set the fees, but then you get paid a percentage of those fees. So then what happens when you determine we're not making any money off this account? We're in the hole with Biscayne Park because the costs of running the business for Biscayne Park has gone up, and the fees they have set are not high enough that our 100% isn't covering the nut anymore. Then what happens?
So that's the beauty of 100% of revenue, or a percentage of revenue jurisdictions. And we have this also in El Portal, which is a neighboring jurisdiction to you all. That responsibility is on us to adjust that valve, right? That's you don't have that concern any longer. So based on what's coming through the department and what's needed, that's how we adjust accordingly.
So you can essentially increase the fees without, no, okay. I
No,
misread you then.
ma'am.
Can you say that again?
Yes, so what I was sharing is that our levels of service are based on demand. If the permits are slowing down, there's less reviews and less inspections, that takes less labor, but that onus is on us and our responsibility. So that's not something that would impact fees in any way or cost.
Well, but you could come to us and say, hey, guys,
And that's what happened before.
right, yeah, I mean, right, you could come to us and say, hey, guys, you know, the fees, we need to address the fees because that's one thing that you can do. Another thing that you can do is, I'm sure you have an out on your contract as well, right? Do you not have a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day out of your contract, of your agreement?
There is like many jurisdictional contracts, there's some termination clauses on both ends. However, in terms of what you mentioned as far as increasing fees, that's not something that I'm aware of. I'd have to validate with the attorney, city attorney, but as far as adjusting fees, but I'm sorry, sir.
No, I understand that you don't do that and that we would end up having to do that. But what I'm saying is you as a company could potentially come to us and say, hey, guys, we're not making enough to cover our costs, whether permit fees go up or the further permit fees go down, whatever, you're still not making enough. And you can ask us, right? I'm assuming that you can ask us to, hey, you know, maybe we need to look at our fee or your fees. All need to look at your fees so that, you know, or you can give us the termination clause. I mean, those are things that I'm assuming that you have in your bag, right?
So I'm going to just go back to something Chris opened up with, which is it's the levels of services remain. We have a building official that we provide to you all, and that is scalable based on demand again. So I hope I'm answering your question, but essentially I go back to the valve example. We're able to offer that on and increase it when it's needed. So if there's a surge in permits, a surge in reviews, if, you know, God forbid there's an emergency or something, that building official is on contract to be present. So that's where we would adjust. It's not a matter of coming to you all with being that we wouldn't be profitable, whatnot. So I hope I'm being clear, but it's really how we would adjust based on need. And I don't want to speak out of turn, Carlos, but call me out if I am, please. But we don't go to jurisdictions to advise on fee schedules typically. And what I've seen from past life in procurement in municipalities is that is something that typically jurisdictions will hire a consultant, put out a solicitation, and we sort of shy away from that because gives an appearance of a conflict of interest. So we stay away from that.
So then this is such.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah, fine. It's such an odd thing because it's, the numbers are moving targets, right? Because we don't know what's going to come in. So an extreme example, they could be making a whole lot of money off of us, off the residents. Remember, it's not our money. This is not Biscayne Park's money. It's their money, right? Unless you're putting an addition on your house. They could be making a whole lot of money off of us. And do we have the ability to, do we have visibility on that? I'm not sure I should ask. That we could say, you know what? They're making like way more money off of us than they should. And we want to decrease our fees because our residents are paying too much. My concern is for a happy vendor who stays in a good relationship with us, but also for the residents who are funding it. They're not funding it through tax revenue. They're funding it through a check that they write.
So are you asking, how do we know what the balance is?
Yeah. So because they're keeping, in this new arrangement, they'd be keeping all the money. Do we have the ability to reduce our fees? Because you're saying you're going to keep 100%. Can we reduce our fees? Are we charging too much in this new relationship? I don't know. I feel like we don't have all the information because it's all based on this fee schedule that's not part of the conversation and percentages of that. And they're going to keep all the money now. We're not going to have a whole lot of control in this anymore. And it's resident money. It's actual resident money separate from the taxes they pay to live here.
Chris, are you familiar with the contract? I'm just curious. Are you familiar with this contract?
Yes.
You know what is their out clause? What do they have to provide in order to get out of their agreement with us? So is it 30 days, 60 days, 90 days?
That part I'd have to double check, but I believe it's a 60-day.
It's a 60-day?
Cap can correct me if I'm wrong.
Some short period of time.
Yeah, no, but well, that's an important fact,
Yeah.
right?
Bradley is checking here.
That's an important fact because if it's their employee and we don't have anybody there, right?
Mhm.
Then we would have to either find somebody really quick that would have to get up to speed or find another vendor to.
If what?
If they decide they want to leave, right?
Oh, we'd have to
Give
go
us a-
find a new vendor.
Oh, right. But we have 60 days to figure that out. And you know how fast things move around here. And then we don't have somebody in the building department after the 60 days. 60 days.
Without the vendor, there's not much for the building clerk to do because they're pushing work.
Oh, but listen, at least you can answer the phone or he can answer the phone. I mean,
Sorry, I can't help you.
well,
The phone, but I can't help you.
but they would have to get up to speed.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of a sketchy situation too.
But if we're asking, I think what we're asking for is some sort of determination, some sort of solidarity from you guys that, oh, well, this, 2 months from now, after we give you a total control, that we're not going to get an increase in fees, or.
Well, we increase the fees.
Right, that they're not going to come back and say what Commissioner Gonzalez is saying, that they're not making enough money. Now we have to increase fees, or like what you're saying, Vice Mayor, where we say, well, we're too much money on the residents, we got to decrease it.
I think the problem is we don't have any visibility on that right now.
But I don't know that we can.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, so that was going to be my question. How do we assess it? Because we're talking about you getting a lot of money, and I want to be fair when we say that your services might need to be paid at that expense. That might be fair price for the market for the services you provide. How do I know that it is competitive for us to ask ourselves that question?
And before you answer that, I'm going to add on one thing that you may not know. A couple of years ago, we had an overage of money in the
Yes.
building department. So we were charging residents too much money. We were charging people too much money for permits and and we had all this extra money that we weren't supposed to have.
Chris, can I ask?
So we kind of were in that situation already that we had too much. And now, if that situation were happening right now, and I don't know if it is or not, but if it were happening right now, they'd be keeping all of it. And we had it, and we settled it.
Chris,
So,
how
Mr.
does
Mayor,
this
if I-
how does this benefit the village? How does this benefit us, the village, the village as a whole?
You can give me 1 second to answer that. The attorney did the research on the contract.
So
Okay.
I'm looking at the original contract that was entered in 2022. And the termination clauses in the original contract only inure to the benefit of the village. There is no termination for convenience for the contractor.
If I could, sir, my apologies.
Unless yeah, go ahead.
The
Amendment?
Yeah, bear with me because I just read it.
Amending it right now.
Pull that up because
I'm just,
I believe there is a termination for convenience.
I would be shocked that there isn't, but I didn't see it in the agreement that's been entered.
So can you explain that, Chris, while he's looking for the termination clause?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of different benefits to the village. The first is cleaner bookkeeping. The building fund, like I said, we're retaining 25% of the fees. You're paying that 25% back to cap. It's a little bit messy. I think the biggest benefit to the village is their ability to scale up and scale down with the 100% fee arrangement. If it's a slow month, we get the same level of service. If we have a huge building boom all of a sudden, they can scale up. They can add additional clerks. Right now we have one. They can add additional clerks if needed because the funds are there. It becomes their baby. It becomes their problem. So if we have a huge boom, we could see 3 clerks and, I don't know, 2 building officials if we need, without us having to do anything, without us having to come up with additional funds.
We could do that. We could see that now.
That's
couldn't
what
we?
I was
mean,
Yes.
I mean, say we did have one person there and then there was a huge boom. I mean, they could potentially bring in additional help there as well, right? I mean, so. that's not really.
Yes and no. With the arrangement that we currently have, because it is essentially 100% outsourced, 100% going to them, yes, we scale up, scale down. As we're talking about, that position should actually be a Biscayne Park position. That 25% goes to pay it in-house. We lose the ability to scale that up and scale that down. The clerk.
Well, yeah, there will be, if say construction goes down, permitting goes down, now you have a clerk that it's not
full 8 hours busy answering phone calls, but she has to pay, payroll still.
Well, we had them cross-trained in other departments. That's what was going on before. They were working in things like, Linda can probably nod her head or shake her head, no. They were helping in code at one point too, the building clerk, when we had someone, they were cross-trained to do some other things. And the one person, the gentleman who was here when I lived here, he was our, I'm going to get the word wrong, floodplain administrator, so they had other jobs too.
I will, to finish answering the question, the final benefit is in technology. Right now, we are using OpenGov to manage all the building documents. Correct me if I'm wrong, that becomes your baby. Your in-house systems, we no longer have to. There's going to be some expense as we transition data and plans and everything else over the coming year or two. But at the end of the day, we no longer have to have that OpenGov system. It's all run through their systems. OpenGov is currently an expense to us.
Right, but you said there will be an expense for us to transfer the data. There's going to be an expense that we incur to transfer the data. Is that what you said?
There very well could be. The end result of this, as I said at the get-go, is we're going to be, from the bottom line on the budget, we're going to be saving about $28,000 a year. If we look at spending $18,000 over the next $18,000 a year over the next 2 years to transition data, which is a very rough guess, we're still going to be making out ahead by $10,000.
So sorry.
No, if it's a rider to technology, please go ahead, because I had a different question.
So what's the name of the technology again?
We're currently using OpenGov.
Okay. So they hold the technology, you say. If we were to change, we wouldn't? I don't understand that. What, I mean.
Yeah, we currently use OpenGov to manage the building process, and it's very clunky. There have been a ton of complaints. It's not very user-friendly. CAP has their own in-house system. It's what they use with El Portal and the others. So what we will do, if this is approved, is transfer everything eventually over into their internal systems, and we no longer need that OpenGov.
Did we find the
just
convenience
purchased
clause,
it.
by the way?
Pardon?
Did we find the convenience clause?
So, and I forgot your name, I'm sorry. I was just talking to Lewis. So I think we both agree. We were looking at the agreement. The termination clauses within the agreement only inure to the benefit of the village. Now, the reality is if they were to terminate, if they were to notify you that they were no longer wanted to be in a business relationship with the village, there's not a whole lot that you can do about it. I mean, there might be a breach of contract suit to where you end up. But
Effective
I mean,
immediately?
what's that?
It would be effective immediately then, because there's no provision in the contract to govern that?
Well, I mean, they would be subject to a breach of contract if they did that. So, but there is no termination provision.
Is this something
There
that,
is forever. You
is
can't-
this something that we
need
should
to put
consider
that in all
amending?
of our contracts, Brad.
Is this something that we should consider amending and putting in that clause to protect us, give us 60 days, 90 days?
No, this
Or-
protects us. So this, the way it is, it
Well,
protects us.
you're giving them a remedy of terminating that they technically don't have under the contract. So
Want them to have-
if they were to terminate, and we're talking about them like they're not here, but if it's a little awkward, but if they were to terminate this agreement under the way the contract is worded right now, I mean, you can't technically say, no, you can't leave.
Right, of
I
course.
mean, that's the practical sense of it, but they would be in breach of the contract.
We'd have
and you
to-
would,
How long is this? How
and
long
you would
is,
have a remedy.
how long is this agreement? Sorry, guys, you're with us for a while, apparently.
Well, once we found out it expired 6 months ago and no one.
Yeah, exactly.
That's happened too. While you guys are looking for that, I want to make another point. OpenGov, it sounds like we're going to move away from OpenGov. We just bought OpenGov, what, a year and a half ago? I mean, we bought it as the solution to all of our woes in that department, and we got it because it worked with the vendor. I mean, we spent a lot of money and a lot of time and angst getting that to work. So this is the first time I've ever heard that it's clunky and isn't working, because I thought it was all great. Gage, isn't it what you use? Right, but it's all the stuff is going through OpenGov that you guys see. So, I mean, we just, I love when organizations do this. Like you kind of change some people in the room and all of a sudden no one knows that you just bought it. Like we literally just bought it. So.
Right, what was the time?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, please.
So, Commissioner, the term is from the original agreement. So it was began September 1st, 2022, which was the commencement date. It'll shall terminate no later than 3 years thereafter. So you're talking about August 31st, 2025. And then you have the option to renew this agreement for 2 additional 1-year renewal terms.
And then if we don't, and if they didn't want to, a year and a half from now it expires, then we have nothing. That's how it's kind of feels to me. Like if it's their employee too, and they say a year and a half from now we're out, then we have nothing.
Well, then you would renew for a year. If the decision was that you wanted to keep it all back in-house from a practical standpoint, you would renew the contract with CAP for that year. And that would give you that time period under that renewal period to bring it
Our
all
option
back into.
exercise.
Or they can literally walk
They
that
can
day,
walk.
that
That's
that
what
it
I'm worried about.
expires.
What if it's
Because
our
we don't
option
have any
exercise?
provisions.
Well, the village has the sole option to renew. So, and I
Just like.
mean, it would have to be.
Force them to renew.
Well, look, I
You guys need
understand.
a new contract writer.
Look, I understand the practicality of that is, yes, at the end of the term, if you were to approach CAP and say, oh, we want to exercise our renewal option, and they go, no, we're not renewing. You're correct in the fact that there's nothing you could do about it. I mean, but they're in business to be in business.
So you guys understand, I think Commissioner Kennedy and I have the same concern, right? Which is that, while we have a great relationship and everything is wonderful right now and hunky-dory, when this contract expires, and for whatever reasons you guys aren't happy, you pick up all your tools and your employees and you're gone, and we're left with nothing. Basically an empty spot and that is very concerning for us because the reality is that we have to keep business going and we so that for me is my main concern at this point after all this conversation.
Can you come to the mic?
Yeah, we'll have you, the microphone there, sorry.
While we're switching,
If I may, real quick, just to point something out, that you're absolutely correct, and that's the case we're in right now. They could at any time with our existing arrangement, the same things apply, just something to keep in mind.
%, but that's not the arrangement that we were supposed to have, right?
But to that point, do we have an idea, or could we get an idea, maybe if we were to put a pause on this and get an idea if that 25% could then go to cover an employee of the village to fill the position, so then we can decide, yes, it's covered and we're good, or no, it won't cover that and we're out of luck and we have to go.
that's where I'm stuck too, Jonathan. And I'm just going to wrap up my thoughts here because we've got to move on and we've got to talk about the attorney before we leave here tonight. We're going to have to extend this meeting. I'm going to tell you where I sit on this right now. I feel like I don't have enough information to give an informed vote because I'm not seeing numbers. I don't know the answer to what you just asked. Does our 20% enable us to do it if we wanted to? We aren't doing it currently because we're giving the money back to these guys to have their person sit in that chair. So I feel like we don't have enough visibility on this. We're just kind of like winging it. That's how it feels to me. I don't feel like I'm seeing what I need to see.
But we should know what we're giving them back, right? Whatever. Well, but I mean, that's something that he can potentially pull.
Right. So I'd be comfortable if we tabled this.
Yeah.
And came back with numbers that we could look at and let our numbers.
That's not something that's something that you see if you're cutting them back to 25%, right? You should be seeing that on a regular basis. So you kind of have an idea of what you're giving them back, right?
Yeah, we can pull that information out of the budget.
Yeah. So, not just the budget, but also the reality.
The monthly
The
expenditures.
P&L.
I'm saying we don't have it here.
Yeah. No, I hear you. So I agree with you. I think that, because that's a critical component, right? Because to his point, if we don't have the money to do it, then we're talking about for nothing.
So maybe I can make a recommendation to that effect. Maybe we can table it for now and ask if you can provide us with a snapshot of what it would look like if that 25, what it would look like to hire someone like a village employee to sit in that role. And from projections or what you're seeing, if you can determine or make an educated guess about whether the 25% will cover that cost.
Look into that.
Can I also on
Yeah,
that?
sure.
I 100% agree. I think the item needs to be tabled, and there's a couple things I'm hoping we can see. I don't feel strong enough on the pros you highlighted. Chris, being cleaner bookkeeping. I think that's for our finance to execute. Ability to scale up and down in technology, I think we're already getting it. My kind of worms that kind of open up with this is, are we getting the value that we need by the building department, by the provider that we have? That includes the ability to train current staff, so I think it's more questions of what are we getting to this of, are residents paying too much? If 100% goes to CAP, then how do we measure that? So I have many questions that I'll probably touch base with you until we get the chance to discuss
On
it.
a
So
positive note,
I will-
I do want to say that it sounds nice and neat for the village finances, so I appreciate that part of it. I understand that part of it, but it's all the other stuff. So look, we have a motion we have a motion that we have to vote on now. So I guess if we have a motion we have to vote on, right?
Well, can
Or did
we?
no, we didn't make a motion to pass it, did we, to discuss?
No, we
No, we
have
didn't.
discussed.
I make a motion that we table this item.
Okay, all right, so then do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Yep, thank you for being with us, and we'll look forward to getting that information. All right, so we've finished up the resolutions. We move into items 12 and 13.
I think we need to move the attorney conversation up next and push everything else back to the next meeting. And
So let's, on that point then, do we have a consensus to?
Stay for the attorney conversation, but other than that, I'm not staying.
I'll make a motion, we extend the meeting to 10:20 or to whatever time to finish the attorney conversation and end the meeting there.
A motion to 10:10. I'm not.
Let's start with 10:10 and see if we can get through the attorney
Yeah,
item.
let's do it.
Okay, so do we have a motion then to amend, to move up our attorney discussion to in front of old business?
I'm okay to finish the item. I mean, whatever we need to discuss, we need to discuss.
Okay, so,
I'm hoping it doesn't take us long.
okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, so let's go ahead and discuss the attorney item.
Sign. Who? Oh.
Do we,
Let's get this, we have a very serious matter we need to discuss.
all right, so let's talk about the attorney issue then. Commissioner, you were talking about adding this to new business, so did you want to just introduce it for us?
Well, sure.
I mean,
It's a very short introduction.
Yeah.
Our attorneys fired us last week.
So look,
I know Brad hates when I use those words, but you can call it whatever you want to, but our attorneys fired us as an account. I'm in sales. In my career, I have fired some clients. You know what? I'm not doing business with you anymore. See ya. Clients get fired too, and last Friday, we got fired. As we sit here right now, we have 60 days with these folks, and I'm just going to put on record that I was one of the commissioners that hired this firm. They are a very prestigious law firm whose one of their areas of specialty is what they do for us. We have had two very distinguished lawyers assigned to our account in the time that I've been here. I've been very happy with the firm. And for the record, I didn't initially vote for this firm. They were not my choice. I voted for another firm. So I didn't go into this thinking these are the ones that I'm like dying to work with. There was someone I preferred. But I could not be happier with this law firm from the day they arrived. Valerie was awesome. Brad has been great. I'm pleased with the firm. I'm pleased with how they respond to me. And I want to remind everyone sitting at this dais, because we have a new person here, 2 people in this village report to the commission, the manager and the attorney, and they're both sitting up here with us. Every other employee reports to the manager. Every other vendor reports to the manager. There are 2 charter officers, they're called, and they're both sitting up here with us. Their relationship to each other is parallel. They support each other, but they report to us. They both work at our pleasure. We hire them, we manage them, we fire them. If we want to chase somebody out, we chase them out. They're our employees, the commission's employees, not anybody else's employees. I hope you guys are all very clear on that. So a law firm that I'm very pleased with and an attorney assigned to our account who I'm very pleased with conferred with the partners at his firm. Valerie's a partner at that firm now. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. And I talked to her about this last week as well. And they described their relationship with Biscayne Park as untenable and said, we're leaving. I have a great relationship with Brad. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm anxious to hear what you know about this and what you think about this. But I'm not pleased that this happened because we need stability here, and this is anything but stable.
Well, speaking from position of having practiced law for a while, I have fired clients, and untenable is kind of a generic term that we use to just say it's kind of like irreconcilable differences in divorce. Right. And I've broken relationships with clients simply because, hey, we want to file a motion just we dismiss. We say, we don't really think that's the best way to go. They say, we want to do it. We say, well, then maybe our interests just aren't aligned. So those things do happen. I understand that. I don't want to undermine the issue because it's certainly something we need to discuss. So I had made a recommendation to our attorney and to our manager separately. And if you want to hear the recommendation, I'd be happy to present it to you all. I don't want to put anyone in an awkward position, but what I've asked is, because speaking with both parties independently, I hear a lot of communications that things can work, that the relationship is not necessarily broken beyond repair, and that I think both parties want an opportunity to make things right. So what I had proposed to Brad, and Brad, again, not to put words in your mouth, but I asked Brad if he wouldn't mind speaking to his firm about it, is would you consider revoking the letter of termination and giving us a 6-month period to say, we'll give you 6 more months. We'll see if this can work out, if we can repair the relationship and things can work. I will represent to everyone that I've had discussions with both parties, and I think both parties feel that that's doable, very realistically doable. I would like to see it happen. Of course, it is subject to Brad's firm because ultimately he answers to the shareholders, and I understand that. But I would hate to see a working relationship such as this sour without giving it an opportunity to repair.
I agree 100%. I talked to Brad about it this morning. I talked to Valerie about it last week, very much the same thing. And, but here we are at this point, and what I was told last week was, no, there's no turning back. That's what I was told last week. Hopefully things will change. But then we have to move forward. And we can't have a situation where things get to the point that one of our charter officers quits like this. So if we can fix this and kind of hit reset, that's great, because I'm very happy with you, Brad, and your firm. We have an underlying issue that we can't allow ourselves to get to this point. This is not good for the village at all.
So I've been to a lot of therapy sessions in my life. And typically, you know, the doctors want to find out from the patients. I mean, all the doctors are up here talking, but y'all are the ones that seem to be, you know, having some kind of communication issue or whatever. So I think for me, I hear all everything that's happening here, but I want to hear from you guys, because at the end of the day, y'all are the ones that got to work together. So is this repairable? Is it not repairable? Can we talk about it? Can we move forward? It's on you guys. I want to hear from you guys. I don't want to hear from us. I want to hear from you.
Can I say my piece before and we jump to that answer? So, yeah, unfortunate news. I think I would have liked to have a heads up in terms of if there's opportunities that to improve in any area, and I think that falls within both of you. Manager responsibility, communicating with the commission and as a vendor, and the attorney, you know, having a direct relationship with us and a direct line to raise the concerns. I think that needs to be noted. Having that said, I look for next steps. So I understand you being highly recommended. I think as far as me, there is not a lot of clarity in terms of processes, and I think this all started in terms of processes, and processes are a big issue in the village. And so whatever happens, whether the firm decides to elaborate, I'm not loving the idea of the vendor telling us what needs to happen. I'm sorry, I refer as vendor, but at the end of the day, it's a contract. I rather define what sort of service we look for, and then you tell us yes or no, which is kind of where we are. I think there is an opportunity for having the discussion, hopefully, if you say so. But what are the next steps? So what is, from your perspective, doable, and what sort of terms do we have to consider for the, I know we have the 60 days, but it feels a little arbitrary to say, we'll put, you guys in 6 months of a tryout, and kind of, that's how I read it. It's not, it's not that it would work that way. It's about what sort of processes, which have been the main issue of discussions, at least that I've had with both, are those gray areas. And I have to say, I mean, for both areas, there's been, we've had resolutions or ordinance that needed to be retouched or it hadn't been completely followed through. And, whatever the process are to get there, we can fix them if, we bring them up and find a process that works.
And per our charter, how is that supposed to work? Because there's a very clear direction in our charter about how those things are meant to work, how they're required to work.
So, and to Commissioner, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, that was,
Okay. So to Commissioner Gonzalez's point too, if you guys wouldn't mind just kind of explaining to us, what the issue is, and what do we think? And I reiterate Commissioner Gonzalez's request to hear from you guys.
In a much more professional.
Yeah, certainly.
I can give just a quick 2 cents and then kick it back over. The issue, from my perspective, the issue that we have or had was communication and expectations. Not having that information clearly set and not having the expectations fully understood. And I think that leads to miscommunication. And that's where I'll leave it.
And let me start off by saying, this is not personal. This is not personal at all. He seems, I mean, I don't know you socially, but you seem like a very nice gentleman. And this had nothing to do with personalities. I agree there was some communication issues. I think the lack of, or the problems, the communication problems that we had were more, as Commissioner Amsler is correctly put it, on process. And I think it can be worked through. Certainly the concern, I can tell you what the concern that precipitated the notice that you got from us is that it was communicated that there was either no confidence in me and or the firm as a whole. And being a lawyer, and I've been doing this since 1986, I've been practicing law, represented all different kinds of clients over the course of my career. Can't even think of how many years, 30 years, governmental entities to one extent or another. And I think if our client, and I think Mr. Mayor, you would understand this as well. When your client says, I have confidence issues in your ability to represent me or my entity, I think that becomes an issue. So, and again, that may very well, that point of that confidence point or that comment that was made may have been a result, and I think it probably was as a result of lack of communications. And
Brad, I have a question about that specific thing you just said. You serve at the pleasure of the commission. Is it per our government setup, is it appropriate for the manager to express to your firm that he's not pleased with you or the firm? Is it his place to do that? Or because you work at the pleasure of the commission, is that something Chris might have discussed with us and we would have decided to discuss that with you because you work for us? That's my understanding, unless I'm understanding it incorrectly.
to answer your question as best I can, is yes, the firm answers to the commission. You were hired by the commission, and under the village charter, we're terminated by the commission. So I'll just leave it at that as far as the discussion.
So it sounds to me like if that was stated by the manager to you, that was an overstepping of authority. You're speaking for the commission, Chris. Those kind of things regarding the attorney need to come into this room. And for those who don't understand how this works, it all sounds a little awkward, but we can only conduct our business in public.
So,
A meeting with a quorum.
so for
This
this,
is the only time we can do it.
so for the spirit of moving this forward and trying to fix this, I said, I sent an email saying, because the email that Brad had originally sent really irked me. I'll be very frank and very honest, right? Really pissed me off, okay? So that got me to a whole nother level. And so I sent an email saying that I was losing confidence. But in a spirit of trying to get this, and if you guys are really honestly willing to, work together. I mean, to me, again, that email just really upset me. So in the spirit of moving this forward, if you guys are willing to, listen, I'm willing to do whatever, honestly, whether it is move on, or if you guys think that we can work together and fix this, I'm also willing to do that. But I'm okay either way, honestly. But again, if you guys think that we can fix this and we can move forward, I'm okay with trying that as well.
And I'll remind you guys that I was here when we hired this firm, or it was too. Were you, or was that right before you started? No,
That
you
was
weren't.
right before, that's right before I started.
Right before you started. So I guess I'm the only one sitting up here who was part of hiring the firm.
So as a
We have-
point, as
I
a
was-
point of
I was-
order, if I may, so we are 10:09. I know we have to, and there's two things. One of the items I had included originally was regarding the specific agenda of today. The reason, I don't want to close today's meeting unless we instructed the manager and staff to make sure to address all the errors that are in the agenda and the corrected before they're posted for the record. So that was one thing. We don't need to talk about it. But on this item as a next step, so what are we asking? What are we
I need to finish the point I was in the middle of when you interrupted me. And you said point of order, I can't, but I have to make this point because it's very clear, and I think you may not be aware of this. This firm gave us not only great service, but a fabulous price. And they've not raised their rate to us. They're a major law firm. And look what we pay them. What do we pay them, Chris? $74,000 a year?
It's 86.
$86,000 a year is what we pay for our legal representation here in Biscayne Park. And they've never asked us for a raise. And every year at budget time, I say, if you guys are going to ask for a raise, you better do it now because it's not in the budget. We're paying you the same amount. Nope, Mac, we're good. We're happy to take care of you guys. Everything is solid with you. We like doing business with you. We're good. Don't worry about it. If we have to go out and find a new law firm, especially now that everyone knows something went down over here and we're perhaps a pain in the ass, I dare say we're not going to get a deal like that.
So what do we do?
And with that quality of representation. So I want them to work this out, and both of them remember that they both work for us.
I would say on that point, as a moving forward point, I would very much like to have Brad, to have you discuss with the firm, the idea of withdrawing the termination if you both feel that this is salvageable and that you feel in good confidence that you can work together, because we don't want to force people here to work together that can't work together. But I think I would really very much like to see it.
I would
happen
as
that
well.
way.
I would as well.
Do we think that's possible?
I'll have the discussion.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
So when do we find that out? Because right now we're in our 60 days notice with you, and if it's a no, we've got to find a new law firm, and it's our law firm to find.
That's the second point.
We'll have I will try to have, I don't know what everybody's schedule is in the firm, but
And you communicate that with us by email separately.
so I can do that, but I will try to have a meeting with the partners and the
Okay.
shareholders that I have to discuss it with. Obviously, if the conclusion is yes, we'll stay on, we can send a letter same day saying we're
Rescind it.
so, and that's sent to the manager and to each commissioner and division as well.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Art, it's interesting that you had that feeling. I'm just going to say this. It's interesting you had that. Are you talking about the email that Brad sent to us? It's interesting that you had that reaction. I have to go back and read it and see if I missed something, because what I read in that email was the vendor who reports to us, reporting to us. And I would have appreciated Chris giving us the same kind of report proactively if there was an issue, rather than what I heard from Chris was when you forwarded the email to Chris, he then replied to all of us with your response visible to us, like walking us into a sunshine violation. So I read it as Brad reporting to his bosses, the commission, and Chris didn't do that. So I read it completely. I'm gonna have to go back and read it again now that you said that, because I trust your reaction. But that's how I read it, was we're getting a report from our vendor here, and I need to pay attention to it.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to hearing from you, Brad, on what you think is going to happen next. Now, we're at 10:13. I know you have been very patient.
All this time and listen to all this stuff.
Right.
And not have an opportunity to
So
address his item.
then I would move to extend so we can have the discussion on the log cabin.
Only
later.
for you, my friend. Only for you.
Okay.
Gage, do you want to have a seat here?
I just want to understand. So
Yeah,
including the,
technology is not our friend tonight.
making the change.
We have the changes, but we can ask my clerk to make the changes as right before. we
Okay.
adjourn.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right. So we don't need to discuss it.
All right, so my understanding is the manager, you pursuant to the last discussion that we had with this item, that we were going to be getting some idea of cost on what it would cost to move this thing, and with all due respect to the timing, you've been very patient with us, and thank you very much.
Very
So, Chris, if you wouldn't mind giving us a benefit of an update on that.
Yeah, absolutely. At the commission's direction, I was very thankful to have Gage volunteer to spearhead this for us. This is analyzing what the cost might be to move the historic, is it a single floor, I believe, or single floor with the loft log cabin, down to some village property to preserve it.
Okay, sorry, Gage, I didn't realize you moved up here. Thank you very much for waiting for us
No
too.
problem at all.
Okay, so.
Love being here.
Yeah. Right.
So, what are we looking at, Gage?
All right, so good evening. Gage Hartung, Planning and Zoning Board Chairman and 1029 Northeast 114th Street. We have Carlos Bedonia here, who's the resident and the owner of the property on 121st Street, one of the two log cabins that we have, residential log cabins, besides this log cabin that we're in tonight. Mr. Bedonia has applied and has been granted approval to develop the property. He has plans in place and he's ready to go. But he also realizes the importance and the significance of the cabin. So, and I know I've spoken to this at the last time when I brought it up the first time, or one of the times. But he did get back to me. He's gotten a quote from a company, one of the few companies that was interested in doing it. I believe this was coming down from Central Florida or something like that. But basically, the gist of it is it's about $110,000, if I remember correctly, to move the cabin, to pick it up, move it. The village would be responsible for having the wires moved in front of the cabin. They would have to relocate or during the move.
So 110, right?
110,000, yes, to move it. The village would be responsible for the wires, utilities in front of it. Unfortunately, in order to move a 29-foot wide cabin, I think it is, down 121st Street, we would have to remove the trees in the median from the house to 6, which is about a half a block. I think they're mainly black olive trees. I don't think there's any really specimen trees, but it would require removing those trees to bring it out onto 6th Avenue, and then also move the utilities that are in the way on 6th Avenue, as well as the palm trees in the middle of the median would have to come out because of the size of the cabin. Any utility lines that might be going across would have to either be raised or moved to get the cabin through. This, I believe, was the idea was to get it down to this lot here. It could go to another lot, but this seemed like the most direct shot into here, bring it to here. And then I believe it was another $140,000 to build a foundation, the necessary foundation to place the cabin on. So we're talking about a $250,000 investment on the part of the village in order to pick up, move, and actually plus whatever cost would be for the utilities. Yeah. So it could be roughly $300,000 cost to relocate and save the cabin. That doesn't include then having to go in to restore the cabin, make it, you know, a public building or whatever where intention is to do with it afterwards. So,
Gage.
basically you had tasked us for getting some numbers. Mr. Bedonios really was kind enough to do this, take this on himself and coordinated it all, and he communicated it to me, and I communicated it to the manager. and You.
Thank you, Gage. Very quickly, I apologize that the 250, 300K-ish estimate that includes moving the wires, removing the trees, removing the palms, moving the utilities, or that's all extra too?
Well, no, it's about 250 for the moving of the property and placing it on a foundation.
Right.
The additional cost would be on top of that. So that's why
Other 50.
could be, you know, roughly, yeah, cover.
Plus, and then-
Or could be more.
Then
Or
going in-
removing of trees, removing, you know, lifting power lines or whatever it is.
and going in and remodeling it and that's another. Ugh.
But again, how much did it cost to restore this log cabin? And how much did we spend on, you know, $1 million? So, you know. Yeah, so it's a sizable investment, and it's a question of whether or not, you know, we want to look at fundraising or how we want to proceed. We are in a time frame. That's the thing.
So that's the next question is fundraising, county donations, whatever. What's your time frame look like? I mean, you want to get started immediately, I'm sure, or as soon as possible.
Oh, you're.
But he said he's trying to break
For
ground
those-
between March and June.
Sorry, for those on, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, for those on Zoom, he's trying to break
Permitting,
ground
huh?
between March and in June.
I'd like to ask Carlos two quick questions. Carlos, maybe you consider this already, but it doesn't hurt to ask you here at a public meeting, put you on the spot a little bit. Did you consider keeping the building there and building your new home behind it, some fabulous thing that you have designed? Because you do, by the way, if you guys don't know, Carlos, one of his other projects is this beautiful contemporary home right here in the next block. Have you thought about doing something behind it and connecting them together to maintain? I'm sure there are a lot of people who would find enormous value to some charming historical structure as part of a greater project.
And the answer was no.
Okay. I had to ask, is there anything else I was in it a couple of times. Is there anything else in there that is salvageable that the village could use for other purposes? I don't know. I'm picturing that beautiful.
Why don't I have you come sit here?
Yeah,
Carlos, I'm picturing that beautiful staircase with the really cool pillar that supports the loft area. It's like a big tree. Some of the logs, perhaps, I know some of them are actual wood logs. Is there anything in
what,
there? that
firewood?
We could,
Firewood?
No, I don't, you have to go in there and see it. There's some pretty spectacular elements in there. Is there anything in there?
Side is pretty nice. and
Yeah.
Very decent conditions. In case this is gonna be a demo, I would love to use some of that wood for the house.
You're
Full
planning
house.
to use it, yeah.
But
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that, Carlos. So if this doesn't go through, right? So obviously you're gonna demo the house, right? What's that gonna cost you?
Grand.
That's it? Oh, shit.
It's easy.
I was gonna ask him for money, but I'm not gonna ask him for anybody now.
it's actually
Like,
nine and a half.
Oh, really?
Quote it. But yeah, we'll put it into the time and I would love to save it.
Yeah, no, I listen, I would love to save it too.
It's gonna be straight up a demo or a rental, and I ended up living there for a whole year. So I kind of fell in love with the place.
Yeah.
Every time I walk outside, neighbors would stop me and they're like, please don't demolish it. So it's like,
Yeah.
I feel the pressure now.
I hear you.
Does it have resale value outside of the park?
Oh, good question.
Resale value.
As a structure, I mean, if we
problem is
really
it's
just have a soft spot, we don't
move.
want to see it destroyed. I mean, I don't care if it ends up in Fayetteville, Arkansas. I mean, would someone buy this and what is it?
Is there a market for?
That's what I'm wondering.
Log
Is there a
cabins?
market for this?
For it.
Is there really?
Yeah.
So,
The only problem is the moving companies are not willing to come to Miami.
yeah.
I contacted a bunch of companies and they didn't want to.
They wanna do- Well, I can imagine, how do you get it from here? If you gotta do all that work and removing trees and lines and just imagine if they gotta take it to where did you say Fayetteville? Yeah. that's what happened.
So simple.
Yeah, can it be disassembled? Oh, there's a question. Could it be disassembled and we you donate it to us disassembled and we store it for future use?
From what I heard is like triple the price.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanna
Wow.
do that.
Triple of the 10,000 or triple of?
The 300,000.
Moving the
So,
structure.
Mr. Mayor.
Lincoln Logs when I was a
Yeah,
kid.
Brad.
None of you are old enough to remember Lincoln Logs.
Just-
and they were pretty sweet.
Unless you have some use for the wood, then
I
we'll just demo it and give you the wood.
think we have a recommendation from the attorney.
Oh, not a recommendation, but just something for your consideration.
Yeah.
So if you were to decide to do this, you would have to go through your procurement process
Can't take it.
or the services of the company to move it.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think we realized that, but it was just, let's get an idea of what one company was gonna charge, so
Yeah.
obviously we'd have to go through the entire, yeah.
I'm not terribly optimistic, but,
I would love, 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 love. I think that would be a huge addition to Biscayne Park, and I think that, you know, it would be something that the residents here could enjoy now and for generations to come. But the money is just crazy stuff.
I mean, I'd like to see maybe the discussion next Thursday with CIP.
My pickleball money, if that'll cover it. If not, no.
I mean, if you do the signs for the streets, you got 50K right there.
There we go.
It's only 20. It's only 20.
I mean, it sounds like there's really not much we can do to stop your process because we don't want to hold you up, but I'd be interested in maybe talking about it next Thursday at the workshop to see where the money would even fit, if possible, but.
Maybe one of us will think of some genius thing between now and next week, so.
Is it a possible revenue center in any capacity, or is this just
For a
for?
rental venue, kind of the same way we do here, but we waive that cost so often.
No one rents this place. I got married here. I think I was the only person that ever paid for this room.
I don't know if there's too much else we can do on it right now.
Okay, Carl. Well,
Office space.
yeah, I mean, I can think of a bunch of like functional things we could do with that, like a village library, more office space for Chris and his staff. I mean, there's lots of things. Well, Carlos, we have a meeting next week, a strategic planning prioritization meeting, and we're going to discuss it then again, but it sounds like we're probably not going to be able to do this. Could you, as a very last resort, would you have a farewell party to it and let people come over and take a look at it? And I mean, people are so enamored of this building, you
Take a
don't
log.
know.
Carry a log.
Yeah, take a log with you. People are just dying to see it, you know? So if you would invite people over to toast the old lady goodbye, that would be a really sweet thing.
Still there.
Well, Carlos, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. for-
We'll talk about it next Thursday and see if there's anything to be done about it.
What about historic preservation? Have you contacted any historic preservation societies or?
You know, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Mr. Manager, if you wouldn't mind weighing in on it quickly.
Because I mean, maybe somebody with some deep pockets that loves log cabins.
So I have looked into various forms of historic preservation grants. We're actually getting a grant to do the roof of the log cabin here. All the grants that I was able to find are for restoring existing structures. There's nothing that would cover moving a structure.
I'm talking about historic, like for instance, the city of Miami Beach has an historic board or whatever the heck they are. I don't know. Have you tried contacting them to see if, not just them, but maybe somebody else that they can put you in contact with that's really into historic buildings would be interested? Because listen, even if we don't get it and somebody else can step in and get it, I mean, that would be a huge save for.
I can answer that because that's kind of within the purview of when I discussed it with the county preservation board because we basically work within their jurisdiction, so to speak. They generally focus on larger projects. I don't know that they would do something this specific, but I'd be happy to call them. Because I've spoken with them before about setting up the board. So I'll get in touch.
That'd be great, Mayor.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one more question? Is there, and maybe the attorney can speak to this, is there any type of incentives the village could give him to keep it and make it a part of the new larger project? Is there a way of
Maybe not up to $300,000,
No, I'm just saying you know,
Yeah.
waiving taxes, waiving permit
I
fees.
don't know about waiving taxes. I'd have to research to see exactly, I don't.
Hear what we're saying, Carlos?
I don't want to talk, I don't want to talk off the cuff because I don't know the answer directly.
I'm just saying there might be like some incentive to say, hey, keep the log cabin, work around it. We'll give you some incentive to do that.
Like no taxes for 10 years.
You can get for us, Brad.
Something.
I'll look into that.
He'll look into it for us. All right.
Thank you.
Gage, Carlos, thank you guys. So we're gonna go ahead and roll over to,
Brad, I'm sorry, Brad, can you look into that and let us know? Thank you. He's gonna look
So-
into the fact that if we could like waive taxes for you.
maybe something, there.
Whatever, I don't know. We don't know until we ask.
Okay, so, look, we have a couple items to roll over. I see 12A, 13A, 13B in the issue of reports. So we'll have those moved over to the next agenda. We'll also ask the clerk to please make the corrections to the agenda that Commissioner Amser brought up, if you would please do that. And with that,
Did you say 13C?
Wow.
sorry, I relabeled it as 13. It
Oh,
was
I'm sorry. Yeah, I see what
13C.
you did. Okay.
Right.
And then
So
what are we doing about Vero's request about the agenda?
I'm just asking the clerk, if the clerk could please make the changes that Commissioner Amser had requested be made. So it's more organized, it's cleaned up, grammatically correct,
I'll
and so
make sure
forth.
to Connect offline just to give the same tips as started at the beginning.
Perfect.
It's all formatting and
Great.
content, but we'll get to talk to about that next week.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. So at this point, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Second.
And all in favor?